Hello and welcome to Unveiling Reality. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope you're doing well. Daisy, how you doing? Thank you for being the first one in the front row, talking trash and truth. You're in the front row too. Jacob Peets, you're in the front row. Cool Ganger, you're in the front row. Thank you guys all for being here. Tonight we have an exciting show for you. And we'll be going down the David Icke trans-dimensional reptilian rabbit hole. Hey, Ghostly Anonymous, how you doing? Welcome. So glad you're here. Yeah, so we're going on the David Icke rabbit hole. Very exciting. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a great analytical show. We're going to dive into some deep techniques about storytelling and how he puts his stories together. I'll get you into the nuts and bolts of David Icke here as we start the show. But first, I'd like to do a little housekeeping, just kind of let you know what's going on here at the channel, what we're doing. I'm sure you guys have noticed that Tech Reality Tuesdays is on hiatus. I talked about that on last winning Saturday night, but if you weren't there, it's all's good. Love my space power monkey, man. Mike is an awesome dude. We just both felt like we got to where we wanted to go with the show, and we just were not feeling like we had the time or the ideas for content right now. We kind of rode the Chat GPT wave, and I think we did a good job with the show, and it definitely could come back in some form in the future. And Space Power Monkey, of course, is my buddy, and he's always welcome. Just to let you know, there is a new show though, and it's going to be on Sundays at 7 p.m. It's called Old School Watch Party, and Sundays, yeah, Old School Watch Party Sundays. And what we're going to do there, it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, is we're going to be watching old school documentaries. And that's me and T3 talking trash and truths, and other guests as they come along. But we will be watching old school documentaries. We did it on Labor Day. We watched America from Freedom to Fascism by Aaron Russo. It was a great time. The crowd loved it. We got 18 votes in the poll, 95% to create a weekly show doing this. So that's what we're going to do. And that will be actually serving as somewhat of an addendum to this show. You see, with that show, we were able to actually address some of the stuff on the board. So it's going to be really cool. So if you enjoy this show, you're going to really love that show. It's going to be done in a watch party format, a little bit different from what we do here, but still kind of serving the same purposes. Like we were able to really get into some of the stuff we hadn't been able to touch on this show, because I like to follow the rabbit holes on this show. And we've kind of been on this UFO rabbit hole for a while, and kind of walking through all these different types of ideas that are out there concerning, supernatural to extraterrestrial kind of ideas that people kind of get sucked into. But just to take a quick look, we were able to go into the global banking cartel with the last show, right? So we were able to address this right here, I think, very well. And also learn about how the taxes work. A lot of people don't know how taxes work. So it was very informative for a lot of people. And I know a lot of y'all haven't seen these top documentaries from way back, but we're going to be doing Psy Wars this week. And Psy Wars takes us down into this area right here. So we're going to be looking at establishment media and how that works, and how that's used to influence people. And Psy War is a great documentary, probably one of the ones I recommended most back in the day. And it's going to be a great journey, and we might have a special guest for that too. I don't know. I got someone in mind who might pop in, so that would be a very extra special guest, by the way. I'll see if he's available and if he wants to do it. If not, maybe he'll just be out in the crowd. But he's an old friend of the channel. He hadn't been here in a while, and I'll just leave that as a surprise. So that's what we're doing, and I just wanted to make sure everybody was up to date with where we're going and what we're doing. Of course, tomorrow night is Repairing History Together with Gary Lamb, and that's going to be a very special show. If you haven't seen that show yet, it is going to be a special show, because I think we're over the target on something. I think we're over the target on something very important when it comes to race relations and division in our society. It just through the conversations that Gary and I have offline, and we have a lot of them. We talk for hours. So I've discovered some things, and it's starting to make sense to me now why there's so much disconnect going on. And I think that we're going to have the material tomorrow night to really dive into some stuff. So we're going to have a great conversation, and I want you guys to be there for this, because I really want your input on it. This is probably going to be one of the most interactive shows that we've had yet, and where opinions, I think, are going to fly naturally. But if you're into the idea of repairing the healing division and bridging the gap between whites and blacks in this country, You're going to love this show tomorrow night. Let me just tell you. All right. And then, of course, Saturday night back on the channel, one of my favorite lawtainment entertainers in the lawtainment universe, Mr. Max Mira. Ha! Will be here with me. I'm excited. Max is a great friend. I love the dude, and I can't wait to spend some time with him. We're going to have a party Saturday night. It's going to be a lot of fun. Always a great time when Max is on. I'm excited, like an old friend's coming to town. I really am. Like, I can't wait for that show. We're going to have a blast. We're going to have a party. All right. So make sure you show up for that, because who knows where it's going to go or what we're going to get into. But if you know me and Max, man, you probably can guess, man, wherever I go. Anyways, so yeah, tonight we're going to go down the rabbit hole here. But before we do, we got to do something real quick. Yes, it is that time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show.
They could be miles, of course.
That's impossible. They're on instruments.
ShizzyWhizNut. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Backstage dancing.
Yeah, man.
Love it.
Right, man. Katelyn Comments will be joining us in a little bit. I told her take her time. She's got mommy stuff to do and all that fun stuff. But we can definitely get things rolling, and then she'll pop in here when she's available to do that. So I talked to Shizzy backstage a little bit, and he has not seen the David Icke stuff. So this is going to be really fun because there's a lot to unpack here. Now, David Icke, it's been around for a while, right? He's been around for a while, and he is most notably famous for introducing us, at least in a wide scale kind of way, to the idea of trans-dimensional beings, right? And what their purpose is here in this world. Yes. It's eyebrow raising for sure. And he is a guy that can go and go and go and go and go. He's a machine, really, when it comes to doing presentations and doing big gatherings and events and I think I said presentation already. I'm trying to think of a better word for it, but he could talk for hours. Like, you think I can talk? This guy's got me beat, and he has full presentations to go with it. But he puts on seminars for like 8-hour seminars. We're not going to do an 8-hour seminar. I'll tell you that right now. But if you ever want to just zone out for an entire day, you can sit there and listen to one of these 8-hour presentations of his. I think the one I got picked out tonight is going to suffice for what we're looking at here. But before we do that, we need to go back and see how it all started and kind of get his history, right? So here is an interview from Ireland from 1991. 1991. Yeah, that's how long he's been around. This guy does a great introduction to him. I have another kind of good one that I would like to have gone through, but it's BuzzFeed, and I don't feel like switching over to Rumble exclusively for this. So hopefully we won't run into any problems, and hopefully you are subscribed to Rumble in case we do. And speaking of Rumble, I don't think I've even popped that chat out yet. Let me just do that real quick while we're getting this going and present this. So here it is. Yeah, man. Here is the interview that was I believe his first interview, right? After he kind of came out about his new perspective on the world. And this will give us some background on David, and it will help us kind of walk into the presentation we're about to see tonight. And believe me, it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, talk about some analysis. We're going to have some serious analysis. Anybody else? Levy, how's it going? Grimm's Bar, how's it going? T-Rex, what's up, man? All right. Oh, what? Oh my goodness. Now she just broke the record. He just broke the record for super chats on the channel. $100 super chat. Whoa. Thank you. Talking trash and truths. Loving the new winning lineup. Especially excited for tonight. I'm so pumped. Reptilians. Yes, we will be talking about reptilians tonight, and we'll get a big old dose of that. Man, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. I should have something for big super chats. I should have some kind of like a little clip to play. I gotta get better at that. I'm not used to getting super chats, so I gotta get something for that. But thank you so much for that, man. That means so much. I really do appreciate it, man. Whoa, that was unexpected. Wow. Oh man, thank you. Oh, hey, Madcore, how's it going? There you go. Finally seen it. All right. Winning ground, you need to watch chat. You see, yeah, I did. I saw it, man. Thank you. How you liking the new game, Madcore? Is it cool? I looked for it. You said I remember you saying it was free on Xbox, but I don't think it's still free. Maybe I missed my opportunity. But I've heard some mixed reviews on it, but I think if you can get past some of the wokeness in there, it's probably a great game. I still want to try it. I still need to finish Far Cry too. Like I'm so close to finishing it. I just got to go do it. So maybe I'll do that between now and then. But I want to start playing Starfield. Like, I mean, just to try it, see what it's like. I don't think I'm much of a game streamer, but I'll try my best. I like to have fun. And did you watch Dick and I stuff on the World Trade Center? I have a 2-hour video of him talking about it. No, but I maybe I did back in the day. It's been a minute though. That kind of like isn't the 911 rabbit hole there. But yeah, he has some interesting takes. Not everybody agrees with it. It's a free game passed as of yesterday. Oh, cool. Awesome. Sweet. I'm glad I didn't jump the shark and kind of get it early. Oh man. Okay, so here we go. David Icke. Let's introduce ourselves to David Icke here. This is, I believe, one of his first interviews, 1991.
Our next guest was a goalkeeper for Hereford United Football Club and Coventry City. He had to give up his sporting career because of incipient arthritis. After that, he was elevated to the lofty ivory tower of BBC Sports as a commentator. He was then cast to the ground again when he joined the Green Party in Britain and became their spokesman on various affairs. Now he's upwardly mobile and with a vengeance. He's written a book called The Truth Vibrations, in which he says, amongst other things, that the world, the planet as we know it, is destined to be destroyed in the near future unless we, all of us, all the peoples of the planet, change their ways and get into line with the natural environment and start protecting the world and start protecting the environment and the planet. Otherwise, things are coming to a crunch. Inter alia, he also claims to be the Son of God. He claims to be the Son of God. How you're going to react to this, I do not know. But would you welcome, please, David Icke. David.
Those are some lofty ideals.
Yeah, and, the interesting thing is to keep in mind goalkeeper, arthritis, and Green Party. All right. So you have these are the three things you kind of pick it up here. But I'll tell you what, the arthritis is a real deal with him. You're going to look at his hands and you're going to see the way his fingers are positioned and how he uses his hands. You can't help but notice that he looks like he's in a lot of pain all the time. I think this is kind of what led him to where he's at. I don't know if it's mentioned, but I will say it at the end of the show if he doesn't mention it here about how he actually got into this stuff. I mean, I'm sorry, not the end of the show, the end of the video.
You do claim to be the Son of God, David?
Yeah, let's get it right. We're all the children of God. We're all created by God. We're created by the thoughts of God. When we think, we create an energy field.
It
When
sure
we think
is.
thoughts of love, forgiveness, and peace, and all the things we want to bring to the world, we create a certain kind of very positive energy. When we think thoughts of hate, of all these other emotions of anger or fear, we create another kind of energy, a very destructive one, which if it's in big enough quantities, destroys the very life force of creation, which comes from the being some call God. The name I'm given is the Godhead. Now, if we can create by thought, what can the Godhead do? This master spirit at the center of all creation. He can create almost anything he wishes by thought, and he creates us by thought.
But do you claim to be the Son of God? Because Terry Wogan said to you on the Wogan Show, you claim to be the Son of God, and you said yes.
Well, I am, yes, I'm saying that. What I'm saying is we're all the children of God. But some people come to earth, Jesus was one, there were many more before him, who are actually part of the soul of the Godhead. It's God incarnate on earth. That's what Jesus was. That's what these other people were before. To try to bring the truth to a planet that has lost that truth for 12,000 years. And as a result,
I get what he's saying here.
I get what he's saying too.
I mean, I think the guy's trying to railroad him a little bit here on the interview, but I get what he's saying.
Result of which we have taken this wondrous planet to the brink of not existing.
Jesus said, I and the Father are one.
Mhm.
That means he was the Son of God. Are you claiming that too? You and the Father are one?
We're all one with the Father.
No.
Oh, yes, we are. We're all one with the Father. What
I'm
I'm saying is that if I, as Jesus was, and others were before him, an aspect, part of the soul of the Godhead, then these beings are the Godhead incarnate.
Then we are all sons of God and children of God in that way.
Well,
But are you special?
no one's special.
But have you been singled out?
The message that comes across all the time is the Godhead loves all of us as if there was only one of us. No one is special. But there are certain people who come to Earth at certain times, and to other planets too, at times of great crisis, to try to help to sort things out. And they are just the Godhead in a physical body. This great transformation of Earth that's already beginning is already underway, is being guided not by yours truly alone, but by the whole of creation. Because if this planet is destroyed, the whole of creation is thrown into chaos, because planets and stars are not there because the Godhead fancies it. Wouldn't it be pretty? Everything is there. It has a purpose. It has a meaning. It has a reason for existing. And if one of the planets or whatever ceases to exist because of the way we treat it, then the whole of creation is threatened. And my goodness me, I'll tell you this, it is threatened very much at this time. It is a matter of years if we continue to turn out this energy of hate, of anger and fear and all these other emotions that we have made into an art form on Earth.
Okay.
What are you saying?
Brief introduction. Yeah, there's a brief introduction to that, right? There's a little bit to unpack there, a little bit to unpack. But some of the things I think he was saying here back in 1991 kind of led to some other things, like the idea of star seeds and indigo children, which, by the way, we'll be doing after this. So just for anybody who's interested, I know I saw some comments last week about, yes, do that. We're going to talk about it. I think that this is a kind of lead into it. So that's why we hopped over here first. But David Icke definitely inspired a lot of ideas in the second veil spectrum, second veil, right? And he definitely inspired a lot of the later conspiracy theories, and he's been part of those as well. But his real claim to fame is this track that he's on. You're going to find that during his presentation, he's a very great storyteller, right? This is part of his magic, is that he's a very great storyteller. It's very entertaining to watch him, but man, this guy can go forever, man. Forever. And I guess he's made a lot of money at it too. But that's fine, because if you're going to have a passion and you're doing something, hey, you should get paid for it, right? And if people want to buy the books and go see it, hey man, that's good on him. Good on him. But the idea that he doesn't really ever, you'll see, there's not a lot of solutions there that you haven't heard before from other people, as far as if you've been following us for weeks. I think this is our 6th show together. I counted it as like our 6th show. So in this rabbit hole, and I think maybe even
I will say that what he's talking about is the way that I was feeling in 85, 86, somewhere around in there. That was where I came with a lot of my beliefs, where it's very similar but not exact. And no, I don't know anything about the starseed though, but whenever he was saying that stuff, that's pretty much my feeling. Maybe it was just that time of year or something. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be. The idea though is it's more organized, right? Like there's a special thing going on here, and that there's some kind of organization to these arrivals, if you will, and that it then always points back to human behavior. You'll feel how a lot of this stuff swerves into like political positions at some point. Again, I said, keep in mind, he became part of the Green Party, kind of ran under that. This is the UK Green Party, right? Kind of ran for office under that. That was his first initiative. Didn't go too well. So he just went into doing this, doing the other thing, talking to people, doing his own seminars. And I actually was approached by someone here in the Discord world community. A guy comes by. He may be here tonight. I don't know, but he actually asked me to be part of it, something he's doing. And David Icke was on the docket. He was one of the speakers. So it would have been me and David Icke. I didn't know that was juxtaposition very well. So I'm going to go ahead and put my ideas and my thoughts about David Icke out there tonight. And I just like, well, to me, it's legitimacy. And I know that this guy he's been on InfoWars, he's done other things. I think people respect a lot of things about him. And then they just kind of forgive the transdimensional alien part at the end. They go, well, that's where you jumped the shark, but we like you anyways, David. He's a likable guy. He's funny. It's kind of, you're going to feel like you're watching almost like a Monty Python skit at some points tonight. But he also is going to say a lot of things that resonate with you. He has a lot of truth to what he's saying. I think that he's just kind of like a little bit off on his on his conclusions. And the reason being is because I think the pain from something inspired him to go start doing ayahuasca, right? So I think he got a lot of his visions about what he's talking about now from ayahuasca. Before I go any further, let me just do this real quick.
Your exercise tips on infomercials.
Wait, exercise gives you endorphins. Endorphins make you happy. Happy people just don't shoot their husbands.
You're fired.
What?
I have new representation.
Welcome, Katelyn Comments. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing awesome. How are you guys?
Doing great. We're just getting started here. I was just kind of talking about David Icke and how he kind of got into these ideas he had, right? He's already a smart guy. He's already a successful guy. He was a goalkeeper. Man, it takes something else to become a professional soccer goalkeeper. I mean, seriously, that takes hard work, determination, discipline, and intelligence. I mean, so he has come a long ways and already, but he had to retire because he got this really, really debilitating arthritis in his hands, right? So he obviously couldn't play soccer goalie anymore, right? But he was pretty damn good. But that I think the pain. I met this guy once who had the same condition as him, and his hands were a mess. But this guy, it was named Smokey Stew. I told the story about Smokey Stew and pot rape. It's like pot grape, I guess. He carried like five. He called them flavors. He carried like 5 different kinds of high potent strands with him at all times. And he was like, he's probably passed away at this point. He was much older at the time, but he the guy was high all the time just to kind of deal with the pain. That's why he said he had him, and he had to have 5 different kinds because he would get so used to one kind it wouldn't work. So he'd have to switch over to another kind and another kind and another kind. But anyways, it's a debilitating condition. So maybe he did the ayahuasca to try to figure out the world better. Maybe he's just a very deep person. I don't know. Maybe it was trendy. Maybe he just did it on a whim. But at some point, he saw some stuff that changed his life. Let me put it that way. He saw through the ether and saw lizards and saw eyes coming from the sky and all kinds of stuff. He'll explain it as he goes here in this presentation. But just a little bit of background. So it was after these sessions that he started doing this stuff, right? It was after leaving soccer and being a BBC sports reporter, and he started doing these sessions. And then that's when he said, you know what? I'm going to run for Green Party because we got to save the earth, because that's what I saw in my visions. And so he tried that. It didn't work out. And so he just started writing books and making presentations. And like I said, he's a great storyteller. People come from all over and pay top dollar to see him. They'll sit through like an 8-hour presentation from him. It's an amazingly long presentation. Right. So, Proud, how you doing out there? I'm always watching, kind of watching. I mean, always as I mean, when I remember to do it. Grim, what's up? Grim, I see what you're talking about out there. I did a show on, I think my very first Repairing History was on that topic. So if you haven't seen that one, you might want to check that out. That's the Thomas Sowell version of it. You might find that interesting. Madcore says Starfield gets good after 24 hours of gaming. He understands why there's mixed reviews, but he's loving it. Cool. Awesome, man. Great main story. And the main story is boring, but the side missions are crazy good. Awesome. I can't wait to try it. Try it. You gonna do it, Shizzy? You gonna do some Starfield?
Yeah, I will eventually. Just I've got so much going on right now that I would Just don't have time to do any games.
Yeah. I get you. Yeah, me too. That's why I haven't finished Far Cry 5 yet, but I'll get to it. I'm so close. I'm so close. Anyways, let's get into it. Here we are. This is a typical setup. This is one of the more notable ones. I think it was just from a few years back, maybe. But let's go check it out.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
He's like, all right, let me get started.
Thank you very much. Well, what an amazing day. What an amazing event. We've got people here from India, Finland, Sweden, Canada, America, and all over Britain, and all that stuff. Iceland, yeah. And I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I'd like to thank all the crew who've made this possible, to JP and Sean. Thank you. And to Dave Elliott and all the crew that have made this possible. And also to Bill. Bill has come all the way from America. He's an American professional TV cameraman. And he's come over here to work on this event just because he believes in what we're trying to do. So thanks for Bill for coming. Thank you. And also in the audience, somewhere out there, because it all looks black to me, is a lady called Yeva. Are you there, Yave? There, she's over there. Yeva used to travel with me back in the days when I used to arrive at an event. I'd put the chairs out. Yave would sit to take the tickets from people. She wouldn't take many tickets, sometimes 8 or 9. They'd sit in the seats. I'd talk for hours, and then they'd leave, and I'd put the chairs out, and me and Yava would go and have a little chef or something, saying, "What's it all about, Yave? What's the point, Yave?" Well, this is the point. Because if you keep going and keep passionately moving forward for what you believe in, the tide or the sea does tend to open. It's when you think, oh, no, big problem, feel sorry for myself, I'm out of here. And on that very subject, before I start, 37 years ago, this month, I met a lady called Linda, who has been my rock ever since, right to this day. She's the one that organized this event. And I stand on the stage and do the words, but she makes it possible by working her socks off day after day, week after week. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the fantastic work that she's done and the contribution she's made to my life, never mind to the work that we're trying to do. So thank you to Linda. Now, free your mind. I can't hear you, so there you go. I free your mind is what the whole theme of this event is about. And free our minds, because it includes mine as well. And free your mind doesn't mean believe what I say, or believe it because I say it, or take it as read. Free your mind just means opening the mind to all possibility, and then deciding what part of all possibility we choose to accept as reality. So what I'm not doing is standing up here today and saying, I've got all the answers, here you go, here's another belief system. It's information, it's what I've compiled, it's conclusions I've come to over the last 20 years of full-time research in about 45 countries, but it's information. It's not there to be believed just because I say it. And I think I can sum it up really by what this man said. Wilhelm Reich, who was a philosopher and a inventor and what have you. And he said this: "Am I a spaceman? Do I belong to a new race on Earth bred by men from outer space in embraces with Earth women? I request my right and privilege to have such thoughts and ask such questions without being threatened to be jailed by any administrative agency of society. In the face of a rigid, doctrinaire, self-appointed, ready-to-kill hierarchy of scientific censorship, it appears foolish to publish such thoughts. Anyone malignant enough could do anything with them," and they did. Still, the right to be wrong has to be maintained. We should not fear to enter a forest because there are wildcats around in the trees. We should not yield our right to well-controlled speculation. It is certain questions entailed in such speculation which administrators of established knowledge fear. But in entering the cosmic age, we should certainly insist on the right to ask new, even silly questions, or apparently so, without being molested. 20 years ago, nearly, I decided I was going to take that right. And I'm going to continue to exercise that right to the day I leave this reality. Because if we don't defend or express our right to go into these areas that are beyond the norm, then we put ourselves in the prisons, the mind prisons, and therefore the physical prisons that those norms impose upon us. I would say this as well. This event today is not about demanding the right from authority to give us our freedom. My freedom, all freedom, is our natural and eternal right, not the gift of some dark suit or uniform to decide if it's going to give it to us or not. And so this is also not a day for being intimidated and frightened by this big brother crap and all these goons in uniform who seek to impose someone else's will upon us. It's just about exposing the way they're seeking to enslave us so we can see the game and therefore not play it. In fact, my attitude to Big Brother can be summed up thus. Oh, Big Brother, oh my God. God.
Memes already. I love it.
As Gandhi said, an error does not become truth by reason of multiplied propagation, nor does truth become error because nobody will see it. Put more simply, in his words again, even if you are in a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. And throughout history, we have seen small minorities of people who have pointed out flaws in the norm of belief, or at least questioned it, who've turned out to be so right that now with hindsight, we go, how could anyone ever believe the earth was flat?
Did you say
or that
small
if you went
normie?
far enough, you would go off the edge. But people did, and it was the norm.
What was that?
Did he say small minorities, like little people?
Yep. Well, at least we know he's not a flat earther.
No.
Of the time. And we have norms now that are just as blatantly stupid, with not even the benefit of hindsight, the benefit of what we know now. This is today's flat earth. The fact that we live in the cutting edge of human evolution, the cutting edge of how far humanity has come. turning a planet of enormous beauty into a shithole ain't the cutting edge of human evolution. We're also being asked to believe, as Orwell said, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. And we are at the cutting edge of human understanding. As Michael Elner said, just look at us. Everything is backwards. Everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health. Lawyers destroy justice. Universities destroy knowledge. Governments destroy freedom. The major media destroys information. And religions destroy spirituality.
I see nothing wrong there.
Yeah, he's not talking crazy
I think there's
yet.
more to know here.
Not at all. No lies detected.
Winning, are you talking?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, he walks into it with a very based approach. I mean, you're going to agree with a lot of things he says. I do. I mean, there's a lot of things he does say I agree with because he's talking he's talking in the same lane here. It's just when he jumps the shark. You'll see what happens, and we'll start breaking it down as he gets into it. We're still in the introduction here, but no, David makes a lot of sense about a lot of things, and that's why people like him. He's a likable person. And I don't think that just because he has his suspicions or speculations that it makes him a bad person. No. But there's definitely going to be, we've heard about these reptilian shapeshifters, right? You got to know where, so now we're going to know where it all comes from. We're going to meet the guy who made it famous. That's what it's all about tonight. And then really analyzing a great storyteller, but also getting into the nitty gritty when he actually starts, you can just kind of see where he starts fooling himself at a certain point. So I'll point it out when we get there.
And it's all true. As H.L. Mencken said, the men the American people admire most extravagantly are the greatest liars. The men they detest most violently are those who try to tell them the truth. We live in topsy-turvy land. Why is everything upside down? Everything back to front? Why are there billions of bewildered people who don't understand who they are, where they are, what the whole business of life is all about? The world seems such a ball of confusion and complexity and bewilderment. But it is when you don't have the coordinates to connect things together. Because when you connect the dots, you start to see that apparent complexity as it's played out, an apparent bewilderment as it's played out, has a very seriously clear picture that emerges. Because as you connect the dots between different people, organizations, places, religions, history, suddenly the picture starts to form. Oh, so that's it. If you don't connect the dots, it's just a mass of what's all this about. When you connect the dots, you get the elephant in the living room. You can start to see daily life and the daily news, or passes for it, and all this stuff in a completely different light. And suddenly, what seemed to be incomprehensible starts to make clearer and clearer sense. And that picture, as the dots are connected, the debts too, all part of it, is that there are two prime realities that we are experiencing. We're experiencing the movie. That's the movie version of reality that we're given by the mainstream media, by what passes for education, and all the other sources of mainstream information, which explain away events in the world in a certain way. But behind that, it becomes clearer. as the dots join up, that there is another agenda behind that, which the movie is simply there as a cover story to obscure and hide. And the foundation of that cover story, or the foundation of that secret agenda, is to get billions of people on this planet to wear a mask and play out a false identity that they don't even know is false. You know, we can talk about banking scams and political scams and secret societies, and we should, and we will later on as we go through this. But what those involved in the research of all this whole conspiracy stuff, I feel, need to appreciate is if that's as far as you go and no further, then you too are playing a kind of movie, because you are looking at how it's playing out instead of the real foundation from which this whole conspiracy is based. And that is manipulating people to believe they're something they are not and to forget what they really are. And what we really are is consciousness, infinite consciousness connected to all other consciousness, the seamless ocean of infinity. And we can move our point of observation around that consciousness and express and celebrate its uniqueness, but we are all of one infinite mind, one infinite consciousness. And the illusion of apartness is an experience of this reality, and its extensuation or accentuation by the manipulators is to get us to see ourselves and everything in terms of apartness instead of as a connected whole.
Okay, so now we're starting to part ways a little bit here.
Yes.
You know, and in terms of, let's just say, let's go along with this a little bit here. Let me get my other mic. Let's go along with this for a minute, right? If we're all oneness, we're all one consciousness, right? But we've come here to be part of creation. I would imagine we came here to be separate from the consciousness intentionally. Like, I wouldn't think that there's a grand illusion going on. More just like, this is the experience of being matter, right? Of being conscious matter in a universe where being matter is difficult. There's more non-matter in this universe than there is matter. To be a grain of sand is special. To be a conscious organism in this universe is probably one of the most unique things there is. I mean, it's in the very, very small percentile of what you can end up being in this universe, right? You could be a rock, or you could be a human being, or you could be nothing. You know, it's just like that. So this infinite consciousness idea is that well, we're brought here and we're separated and we're supposed to be all one. Like, that doesn't make, if we're just gonna be all one, why don't we just stay where we were? You know, this is the part where I'm kind of like, I start to part ways with them on it. I think the experience here is to be separate from the collective consciousness, to have your own independent consciousness, to observe and to learn, and then perhaps return with what your hard drive up there in your head has gathered throughout a lifetime of experience. And then we find out what the meaning of life is then, right? Like, if I was to say, okay, well, you know, what is the purpose of our life? I couldn't tell you exactly what that is, but I could tell you that, well, we come here, we learn, we collect a bunch of data. It all stays in our head. We're constantly learning as we go over. We have this physical experience, consciousness. We experience feelings. We create, we destroy. We're part of this thing that's here. And then we take that information. Maybe we take it back with us. Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just go back to where we were and come back and do it again. I don't know. Nobody knows. He doesn't know either, by the way. But, you know, the speculation is, I don't think that we're here to be fooled by anything. Well, if we are, maybe that's a more interesting plot, like a more sinister meanings. Like there's something that splits up the mass universal consciousness and sends us to a prison planet where we have to go through all these things. And this is a way of diminishing the master consciousness. Now that would be a great movie, right? But in terms of understanding it as life, I think that that just to automatically assume we're here in some kind of a prison situation and that we're supposed to realize we're all one consciousness. But what would be the point of coming here then, right? What do you guys think? By the way, this stuff is brain frog inducing. It's a lot to think about. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Go ahead, Katelyn.
I think I agree with you winning. I don't think that we're all in one stream of conscious. We all have our separate, that would mean that we all kind of do the same thing. And there are outliers and there are people who go off the map and do their own thing and, experiment with different things and try things that other people don't. So I tend to agree with you, I think, winning.
I see where he's coming from with it, though. If you even those outliers that go off and do their own thing, they could still be part of that bit of consciousness. Think about your brain, where it just will randomly go off in a totally different direction from where it was a second ago. You might be thinking about having a sandwich, and then all of a sudden something comes in your head that you forgot to turn on the oven. Where does that stream of thought come from?
Yeah, well, the idea that ideas are like ether, right? From the ether, like ideas are older than us. Like ideas can persist throughout time, where individuals have a set life, right? Have a set we live and we die, right? Ideas outlive us and they precede us. I've always thought the ideas, the conversation about what are ideas, are very interesting to me. Like of course, I'm just an idea, right? But so being an idea.
Well, it's hard to explain this from my what's going through my head right now. So forgive me if I'm not very clear with it. Imagine that there's no time whatsoever. It's one stationary unit, and everything that you experience is in that stationary unit. And whenever you exit this world, you never exit it, but everything that you know is also everything that Katelyn knows and that Shelley knows. You're just experiencing it in a different place instead of with time. That makes sense? Like,
yeah,
there is no, we measure time as a way to keep time in check, to say, well, I have to eat now, or I have to sleep now. So all those experiences are all happening at once in one consciousness. And I think that's what he's trying to say.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
That's cool. We'll a little bit explain further, but I just wanted to kind of point out, like, at this point, this is where he starts to go into his own direction here. Now, Danielle, how you doing? And Jenny B, hello to you. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Okay. Anybody else? Say hi to everybody. Grim, I said hi to you, right? I'm always happy you're here, brother. And hey, you guys don't know, Grim makes great music, and he's an awesome dude. And you can always hear his music on Win This Week, the short I put out every week that tells you my schedule, gives you all the links. It's all in one short, right? So if you the music you're hearing there, the first thing you see is Grim's pop up on there. So you can also click through to hear the entire song. The link is always in the description. All right, so let's get going. Let's see what he has to say next.
This is symbolically, even more than symbolically, the situation that this whole conspiracy is designed to put us in.
And by the way, the energy part of what Icke is talking about is very important to his conclusions. So keep in mind, when he's talking about energy fields, all these things, it's very important to the transdimensional part of his theories.
Right. In a bubble of consciousness, which I call body consciousness, which is disconnected from its awareness of the full magnitude of what it is. to the point where it operates on a fraction of its true self and its infinite potential. So in that sense, you can get all that has been, is, and ever will be reading the frickin' sun and believing the date. That's how deeply disconnected we can get. For people watching this in other parts of the world, the Sun is a newspaper, and I use that word in its widest possible sense.
Well, he got one thing real right.
You know, my brother said to me years ago, he said, you know, Dave, what's it all about? He said, you're born. He said, and then you kind of get older, and then you die. I mean, what's it all about? I mean, what is it all about? We're born into this
MG
world.
Law, how you doing?
Go through these
Welcome.
kind of situations of going older and doing this and doing that and doing the other. And then we get older, and loads of people in the world, vast numbers of people, it's a struggle and it's an effort and it's a daily grind. And am I going to survive another day? And then at the top there, oh, you know, what will God think of me? You know, I mean, it's a great line, isn't it? Hey, you know, some travel agent on some other dimension. Hey, great vacation holiday, mate. What you do is you go into this dimension, you're born, you struggle all the way through it, lots of emotional upheaval. Then you get older and your body starts to break down. And then some guy on a cloud decides if you're going to go and sit next to him, or if you're going to go to hell and stoke the fires forever. I mean, you think, yeah, I'll have 2 tickets, wouldn't you? What's it all about? I mean, there's got to be something else. If there isn't, I'm out of here and I'm staying. So we are struggling to understand the world because we don't have the coordinates, which I'll come to. And it's obviously a world with some major problems in terms of its operation and the way it's run. Doctors destroy health. Doctors destroy health because health is not about health, it is about wealth. It's the transnational drug corporations.
Okay, so hey Alpus, how you doing? Okay, so right here, I agree that this is what the high end of health is turned into. But I don't think that's the intention of it. So I just want to, I think that he goes into the intention of it, and I'm not sure if he kind of gets himself out of that little corner there. But to say all healthcare is to harm people, I think is a gross misstatement. I think you can say that they're agree with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, if you're saying that the only reason that a doctor is doing something is for money, that's not true.
Yeah,
that would just be like saying the only reason that a musician makes music is to make money. I mean, it's helpful.
There's some that do that. We know them, right? So there's some that do
absolutely.
that. But not all of them, and that's not the intention of music.
You don't think a lot of doctors are in it for the money? I mean, I have met a ton of medical professionals whose bedside manner are not warm and congenial and hospitable. So I don't believe that they're there to be of help or be of service as much as it is, oh, I had the brains, I had the ability to get into med school, and so now I can make the money.
Well, and I mean, if you look at it on that aspect, what he's doing is somewhat hypocritical, because why is he doing this?
Trying to help people, but it costs to get in. You're gonna run into a lot of these little conundrums. He kind of doesn't really notice, but they're there.
Controlling
put a poll in the chat, by the way.
medical system, so the scalpel and the drug is the only response, overwhelmingly, to human dis-ease. And some of the side effects of these drugs, if you've ever been to America and listened to the drug adverts is one after another in America.
Here comes the comedy part of Ike. So this is actually pretty funny.
They pay for American television, these things. And because of the law there, they tell you what the drug does, or supposed to, and then they have to reel off all the side effects. But they're not side effects, you see. That's another little con. Oh, these are the side effects of this drug. No, they're the effects, mate. Not side effects, the freaking effects. And I was watching one. This is a true story. Last year, I was watching one, and it was for a form of Viagra, right? And it said, it told you what it was going to do, treat erectile dysfunction, or bloody something. And then he starts reeling off breathlessly, trying to keep the money down, all these side effects. And this is not kidding you. He said at the end, and if you have an erection for more than 4 hours, consult your doctor immediately. Said it. And I'm sitting there watching the telly, and I'm thinking, what's he going to do?
Doctor will do something.
Excuse me, doctor, I've got this problem. What do you want me to do?
No, the doctor will give you something for that. There's a reason.
The world's mad.
Nurse Handy?
No.
God, I tell you what, if I had an erection for 4 hours, I wouldn't consult a doctor. I'd thank bloody God, me. 3 hours, 55 minutes, bigger than my bloody record already, I'll tell you. So Big Pharma runs the health industry, and it's not about health, and that's why doctors destroy knowledge. Doctors destroy health. Lawyers destroy justice. Of course they do, especially those that represent the state. And I love this one. When the state takes you to law, the people taking you to law have their legal bills paid by the people. The people who are being taken to law have to pay their own as well as the others. And then when someone wants to take the government on for something the government's done, the government defends itself with the money through the lawyers paid for by the people, and the person taking the government on has to pay their own as well as that. Universities destroy knowledge, of course. The one thing you don't want, if you want to create a centralized dictatorship, is a thinking, sharp-minded, open-minded, aware population that can see through your crap. So you sell them from cradle to grave the belief system you want. You just program their minds to see the world the way that suits your agenda.
Yeah, this is 100% on what I'm talking about here. It's like, you know, he's right over the target on this.
All over the world, we must have education. Yes, let's try it. Let's have some education instead of indoctrination of a belief system. Governments destroy freedom. Of course they do. I mean, governments are not there. Let's get this sorted out. Governments are not there to serve the people. The people are there to serve the government and the forces that control the government. That's the relationship, and we need to understand that. You've got the dark suits who orchestrate, front up this political agenda for the Orwellian state, and they come from certain bloodlines, which I'll come to. And these people are such frontmen. You can have an idiot. You can have an idiot in power as president of the United States. It doesn't matter, because he ain't calling the shots. He's just signing the legislation into law.
Years later, you can replace that picture with a new president, and nothing's changed.
He's got this wire in his bloody
100%.
ear,
100%.
telling him what to bloody say if he gets in trouble, which is most of the time.
Yep.
And this world is at the cutting edge of evolution. Mr. President, okay, that's good. Okay, now what we're going to do, Mr. President, we're going to have the big finish, the big Churchillian
This is
finish.
funny.
Okay, go. Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we.
Hey, Nadia, how you doing?
Did you
Somebody
get
else
that?
want to say hi
Did you
to
get
you.
that, Mr. President? True quote. And now we have the choice between three people who are all controlled by the same force. It's called democracy. Which front man or woman do you want? There you go, cross there. And these are the people who are fronting up the destruction of our freedom of expression. Then the media. The media are there to tell the people the version of life and events that suits the agenda. And those real journalists who
couldn't be more true than it is today.
To get other kinds of information into the mainstream. And the worst kind of censorship is self-censorship, where you know it ain't worth crossing that line because A, you'll get yourself in trouble, and B, it won't get in the paper or on the news, so you edit yourself. That's going on all the time. Religions destroy spirituality. Get into this in the second half. All the religions come from basically the same source, and they're worshipping the same gods that the secret societies worship. And what my father used to call bricks and mortar religion is there to enslave the minds of the people and divide and rule the people, not to open people to the true infinite magnitude of who they are. You can't say that. Pope will go mad. Couldn't give a shit, mate. It's a mad world which is sold to us as sanity and rational. And it's held together by what my friend Mike Lambert, who's in the audience today, calls repeaters. People just repeat facts because they've heard them from someone else, and then it becomes conventional wisdom, conventional knowledge, and everyone believes it. As Oscar Wilde said, most people are other people. Their thoughts are someone else's opinions, their lives are mimicry, their passions are quotation. And Mark Twain, I love this one, in religion and politics, people's beliefs and convictions are in almost every case gotten at secondhand, without examination from authorities who have not themselves examined the questions at issue, but have taken them at secondhand from other non-examiners whose opinions about them were not worth a brass farthing. There you have where the conventional knowledge, wisdom, this is how it is, mate, comes from. It's a war on the human mind and human perception, so we see the world and ourselves in ways that allow this conspiracy to go on. And also, society is structured to keep us busy, moving. Oh, mortgage. Oh, my God,
busy.
Rent. Oh, my God, job. Oh, my God, what's happening? Oh, it's a credit crunch. Oh, my God, food prices. So no one goes, so that's what's going on, because you're too busy trying to survive. That's the idea. And it starts with the kids now, younger and younger. Oh, you've got to pass this exam. You've got to pass this exam. Oh, my God, what will happen? Oh, you've got to get good grades. Oh, my. Hey, have some bloody fun. Have a bloody laugh, mate. We should have happy lessons. What makes you happy? Okay, we're going to do that today. What makes you fulfilled? What makes you feel good about yourself? We're going to do that today. No, algebra. Algebra. What the bloody hell is all that about? I could never work it out. I never tried, really. What does X equal? Couldn't give a shit, mate. Whatever you say. Ain't bothered. I've lived 56 years, right? I've never used bloody
algebra is just all
algebra.
for the unknown, right?
Never entered my mind.
Order of operations and so on.
Actually, he uses algebra
that one. Delete file.
constantly.
Yep.
So we have this world of apparent confusion because of the way that it operates. We turn out shite that we don't know what to do with. We reach a level where we can create amazing technology, and we use that technology to pepper bomb cities full of civilians.
That's very interesting, Graham.
And you know, we've at the cutting edge of evolution. We can kill more people in one goal than ever before. Hey! Isn't it great to be human? And this is what we do in the name of freedom. We think it's okay for children to sign their names on bombs, which end up on children just like them in the Lebanon. But we don't want to talk about that. Hey, here's a game show. Watch this. Shut up. Hey, honey, quick. She's going for the car. Quicker the bloody better, I say. People around the world get bigger while people die because they've got enough to eat. Massive amounts of food available, thrown away, while others, I've seen this live once, it's unbelievable. People
well, you
living
have to
off
pause there for a second
to survive. But
All
we
right.
don't want to talk about this. Oh, no. Hey, quick, honey.
Okay,
you
there's a bad misconception about world starvation. And it's not because America has abundance of it and these other countries don't. It's because their own people are keeping them from actually receiving it. It is a wasted purpose if you're sending food to a country and the warlord of that particular area says it's not going to happen. Whenever they kill the farmers, so they'll stop farming because they're just of a different tribe. So these are the problems that you have in a lot of these third world countries that become impoverished, and the people suffer because of it. So I mean, it's a bad misconception that thinking that America has so much that why don't we just give all of this to those countries? It wouldn't matter. They would never receive it anyway, and they would still starve to death. And it's horrible and horrific, and you just, there's nothing you can do to change that.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too by saying if you take a look at the people who are giving or get in front of putting the food over there, these foundations, right? They take the money and take the food, and they're the ones giving it to the wrong people and having it prevented from getting there. And a lot of times they, like if you look at what the Clintons did in Haiti, right? They took in all that money and they never got any of it. At least not the people who needed it. Now the rich people there got it, and they got sort of all their good kickbacks and all their, they don't do anything without a profit, do they? But you have these giant foundations full of wealthy elitists that are in front of these things instead of like the everyday people like us. And if we really wanted to solve the problem, we'd solve the warlord problem, and then we could help these people eat.
Yes. But then you end up starting a war that makes it even worse.
Yep.
And then you're accused of basically genocide, and the media will push it however they want to.
Yep, exactly. Well, because it makes more money come in, right? More money, we can filter more money there, and then just it's almost like laundering in a way. And then they show us the pictures of the starving people, right?
Yes.
So to play on our empathies, to trigger us emotionally.
Send us more.
Mm-hmm. I feel bad they're putting this picture of Paris up there, as I know Paris has been through the troubled teen industry now, so I have a different perspective on her. But I guess for the time
she
that
is
this
doing
came out,
amazing.
Yeah, for the time this came out, this is I guess appropriate. I don't know. It's like whatever. It's the best you can do with
mommy,
this.
So she's doing awesome right now. Like props to Paris.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like we talked about Elon School. She went through CDU and other places that are just like it. She was definitely abused in these places. And so anyways, just because we landed on a picture of Paris looking all sexy in the back of a limo. She's I don't look down on her. So
Paris Hilton naked in the back of a car. Quick. Was that the car that lady just went for? Watch this. Shut up. Let's talk about this and get all moral about it. Let's talk about Janet Jackson's breast at the Super Bowl. Hey, the moral fiber of America is collapsing. Oh, no, that's the moral. This is fighting for peace. This is just collateral damage. Don't worry about it. As Gandhi said, what difference does it make to the dead, to the orphans and the homeless, whether the mad destruction is wrought under the name of totalitarianism or the holy name of liberty or democracy? None whatsoever. They're all tyrannies when they do that. Then we have the money. What you do is you go to the bank and you borrow money that has never, does not, and will never exist, called credit, and then you mortgage your house to it, you mortgage your car to it, your land to it, your business to it, and if you don't pay back money that doesn't exist, called credit, then the people that have lent you that non-existent money get your car and your business and your house. Yes, that makes sense. And this money scam, where they get us into debt by borrowing money that has never, does not, will never exist, is in the very DNA of society. It controls choice, controls maneuverability, or if we allow it to, controls society. And who controls money? Controls society. Who controls money? A tiny few people, as we'll see. But we don't want to talk about that. Hey, honey, quick, on the Jerry Springer Show, this man's going to hit his girlfriend. Quick, quick. Watch this. Shut up. Then there's the new religion of celebrityism. Go to the supermarket. Yay, get on with your life. There's the goddess. And then if you want to know what's going on in the world, that's no problem, because these people will tell you everything that the people that control and own their industry think is fit for you to know, so you'll believe and see the world the way they want you to see it. Called the
no lie there.
Okay, yeah, I actually want to stop on that because this Sunday we're going to be watching Sci Wars. Sci Wars is about that, and we're also going to touch on Operation Paperclip, which is recently Tucker Carlson came out and had some words on about that particular person we saw. What was his name? Anderson, right? What's his name? This guy right here.
Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper, yes. Anderson Cooper and Wolf Blitzer and others that, you know, he's calling out. So it's going to be a good show. And we're going to dive in deep to the psychological war, Psy war that's going on. It's all about what's happening in your head, right? So yeah, he makes good points right here. Like I said, David Icke is over the target a lot of times, man. It's just when he jumps the shark that everything kind of goes sideways.
Because these people will tell you everything
safe on your
that
walk.
the people that control and own their industry
have a great walk.
It's fit for you to know, so you'll believe and see the world the way they want you to see it, called the news. And then be afraid. It's a world in which we must be afraid all the time, must be afraid of not having enough money, afraid of what's going to happen in all areas of our lives, afraid of the future, afraid, survive, we must survive, or we must always be in a state of fearing, not surviving. It's a crazy, crazy world. But why? Why is it an upside down, lunatic world that we live in?
Tell me.
People might say, "Oh, it's all a coincidence. It just happened like that." Well, I would say after 20 years of this, that it is coldly calculated to be like this because of the outcome that it gives those who are manipulating society in this way. And it's not just one level. There are multi-levels to this conspiracy. Yes, there's dark suits sitting around a table and orchestrating this to an extent, but they're still the gophers playing it out. It goes much, much deeper, and we'll go there as we go along today.
So yeah, so he's hinting at, you know, where we're going with this, right? But in terms of what he's saying, you know, the cycle of control we talk about on this, you know, we talk about in this show. You know, that's how I'm looking at what he's saying right here. The cycle of control that's going on, and the abuse that comes out of that cycle of control. The institutions that abuse us by not giving us a full story, by keeping us trapped in a narrative, by having this system out there that keeps us in a box and tries to push us in these directions. And when you get out of that box, to crush you down, to make you discreditable, to make you not effective, right? To make you live in fear. And this is where he's going with that. So his explanation is going to be that there's another force behind this, but the lead up to it is you know, he's throwing facts and he's throwing things that we've come to know and realize, and it's just where its conclusions go, right? So we'll see it as it goes along, but yeah, here we go.
The reason we are confused about the world and everything that goes on in it is because we don't have the coordinates. We don't have the coordinates from which to see how things fit together. I remember I was on the Isle of Wight ferry once, and what it does, it comes out of Portsmouth Harbour, it goes along the coast a little bit, and then it turns out and goes across to the Isle of Wight. Well, it was so foggy on this day that you couldn't see the land here as you normally could. So you're going along and you just see fog. And after a while, it seemed to me and others that it was just going straight. And I thought, this sodding thing's going to France. What's going on? And I said to one of the crew, what's happening? This is not going the right way, is it? And the next thing you know, the Isle of Wight pier appeared in front of us. It had actually gone absolutely the right way. But because I didn't have the coordinate in which to make that sense of that, I was completely lost in the direction I was going. That was so symbolic of the way it works. So I'm going to go through a lot of coordinates today. Because when the coordinates are put into place, then what happens becomes, or what is happening becomes totally blatant as the dots connect. It's a duck. You're a journalist, aren't you? Yes. How did I guess? Coordinate number 1. Who are we? How few people kind of seem to ask that question, in my experience anyway. I live in the real world, mate. I've got to get on with my job and my life. Yeah, but who are we? What are we doing? Oh, bother, we're going to get on with my life. But without this knowledge, this key coordinate, how the hell can we understand what's happening and our part in it? Coordinate number 1, we are consciousness. We are not the body we think we are. And the idea is to put us in these eggshells of consciousness. And it's a doddle if we don't hold on to an understanding or have an understanding of who we really are and the magnitude of it. Just a quote from one of my books, only when we know who we are can we know freedom. Of course. Unless we know the nature of reality and who we are and our part in it, how can we understand the world if we don't understand the reality that is the world? No wonder we're bloody confused. What is reality? How about that question? Oh, no, that's just for scientists. It's not for you. We will watch the football. Nazi propaganda minister, Goebbels. It thus becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus, by extension, the truth becomes the greatest enemy of the state. And the truth that is most suppressed, the biggest lie of all of them, on which all the others are based, is it's all an illusion. This physical world is not physical, it's not even out there, it's in here. It's a holographic projection. So I'll come to as we go along.
So I think this gets into the idea, right, that as we take in information from the world around us, we are actually really, it feels like we're seeing it through our eyes, but really we're seeing it in our mind, right? Because the eyes take in the information, the brain, it inverts it, it comes in inverted, and then the brain sorts it out and then tells you what you're seeing, right? Kind of like the AI does. And well,
that's why you have more. That's why you have more than just one sense.
Yeah, exactly. And but you have the screen in your head, right? So the idea that and it gets a little bit confusing when you start to think about this, and it's a fun thought exercise, right? To imagine that, okay, well, I'm really not seeing out of my eyes. I'm seeing in my brain through my eyes. The information my eyes are taking in, my ears are taking in, my nose is taking in, my sensories are taking in, right? And I think that's
taking it in with my whole of being.
Yeah, but I think the idea that's holographic is a bit of a leap, right? But we'll see where he's going with this. Yeah, but I think what the premise he's going off of is the fact that we take things into our mind in order to see them.
Right.
Right.
Well, and the reason that we were able to actually accept them into our mind is because we've experienced it before. You know, once you've burned yourself with a flame, you know that flame is hot. You always will know that flame is hot, and it won't do anything but burn you. That's why you avoid certain situations, because you've already experienced it. And you don't you can weed out a lot of unnecessary information. You know, you step on a nail, you know that nail, if it's faced a certain way, is going to puncture a hole and cause bodily harm. So you avoid walking on nails. Just
the nail's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an illusion of physicality, an illusion of solidity. We are consciousness. And it's so easy to trick the mind brain to see reality in ways that are not actually what it's looking at. This is this amazing bloke who draws pictures on flat pavements, and yet the mind reads them, the brain reads them as three-dimensional. Does some great stuff.
Until you touch it.
There's another one.
Exactly.
We can look at that as, what, 7 compartments, or we can see that as a box. Depends on how the brain reads it. These color reds are both the same.
I love this one.
But because of their interaction and placement with other colors, they look totally different because the brain reads them differently. We are decoding reality, and how we decode it decides the reality we experience. Major, major point we need to understand. Einstein, reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. Why it's a persistent one we'll come to before we finish this first section.
You know, I mean, when they take quotes from people like Einstein, right? And
you have to take the whole quote.
Yeah, and it's not. I mean, I get it. It's making his point for him, but it feels out of context and somewhat. And hey, you know what? Einstein was just a dude. I mean, you know, just another person with a perception. He may have been really good at some things, but doesn't mean he's an expert in everything, right? But I mean, it's an interesting concept, and it makes you think. It's a great thought exercise. Right. But you know, is it an illusion? It'll make you sit there and run through the rabbit hole. It's kind of fun, but at the same time, I don't think it makes a point.
Right.
But reality is an illusion, and we need to understand that. We think that we are physical bodies, and that's who we are. I'm Ethel Jones, Charlie Smith. I'm a taxi driver. I'm a doctor, whatever. No. They are what we are experiencing. They're not who we are. There are many multiple levels to us. This is just one that allows us to experience this reality. If I want to pick that up, my consciousness could not pick that up because it's vibrating too quickly. It's not in sync in the frequency range of that. So I couldn't do it. I take on this outer shell that operates within the frequency range that I want to experience. Now I can interact with it. Simple as that. We are consciousness working through a physical body. All life is consciousness and energy animating.
Okay, we are consciousness working through a physical body. Right? You see, this is a conundrum you just like stepped into, because you're saying it's all illusion, it's all out there, it's holographic, but now this a few steps down the road, we're still a physical body. It does make it a little bit confusing.
Well, and he's missing some very key facts in his part of what he's talking about. He's saying that would be, you know, we've basically created this shell so we can interact with things. Well, if that's the case, then everything that he said is all an illusion.
Exactly.
Everything about him is an illusion, and it's not real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So why worry, right? But
exactly.
But evidently we have something to worry about. So we got to figure out what we got to worry about. He's going to tell us what we have to worry about. So that's kind of what he's setting up here.
A holographic forms, including plants, everything.
This is interesting.
Consciousness. I was in the bath the other day, playing with me duck or something, and I got this picture in my mind, real clear. And my great friend Neil Haig, a brilliant artist, and anytime you see a picture of this style throughout this next 7 hours, it's from Neil. He's out the front there if you want to talk to him. And he painted this for me when I told him what I saw. And basically, it's this. This is
I'm sure that's what he saw when he was playing with his duck.
That infinite consciousness that we are. And I saw an eye appear in the consciousness there, and out of it came this telescope. And it was looking into this world that we're experiencing. And as the telescope appeared, so it morphed into a human body. And that's what the body is. It's a telescope that allows consciousness to experience this reality of apparent division, and have the experience of that. But we've got trapped in the belief that that is the totality of who we are. Consciousness and the body interact during an experience here, but the body is not who we are. It's interesting, this energy field, we call the aura, whatever, you have energy coming down through the top of the head and out and going the other way. And it's like an electrical burst of energy going through the body, which throws out this electromagnetic field that we call the aura. And interestingly, when you do the same with electric wire, you put a current through the wire, it throws out an electromagnetic.
Okay, I think this is a false comparison. I don't think you can compare the two. Yeah.
No.
Field.
I understand his point of what he's trying to make. He's basically saying that yeah, you have the wire, but then we're using this shell, and there's the electrical field that surrounds. I mean, I understand his point, but like I said, if he's saying that everything's illusion, then how is he able to interact with anybody else? It would prevent you from interacting.
Right. And also the idea of a telescope.
It was
being a
conduit.
Bottle. Yeah. I mean,
you know, sitting in the bathtub playing with his duck. Gotcha.
There's billions of people on this planet. There's billions of telescopes in the sky for one consciousness. Again, there's conundrums that happen in his philosophy. I get what he's getting at, but to refine it more, I would think some of these things would have to be tied up, you know.
Are there a billion telescopes, or is there just one? But we all come out of the same one.
According to him, it would be just one. Experience in a billion different ways.
So it'd have to parse at some point, right? It's not real. So it's still speculation.
I mean, don't try to make sense out of it.
My brain is hurting already. Right? We're not even halfway through this.
Well, this is part of the art of David Icke, right? This is part of how his storytelling goes and how he gets to his point. I mean, along the way, he's going to make a lot of good points. And he's going to have a lot of things that just don't make sense. But you got to catch the things that don't make sense along the way and kind of stop and analyze them and talk about. That's why I was like, this could be a lot of fun because there's a lot of analytical points we can stop and talk about.
In the same way that this happens to us, so it happens to the earth, because everything is a reflection of everything else and works in basically the same way. And this combination of the genetics of the body and the electromagnetic field, I call body consciousness. And we have a choice of connecting that body consciousness level of our experience to the great infinite all that is, in which case we will have access to a massively expanded level of awareness and perception and be able to see through what we can't see when we're stuck in the body reality. Or, and that's what this is basically, this eggshell I talk about, it is the body consciousness, the auric field working directly through the body. And if we get isolated in that, then our level of reality perception and what we can perceive and expand our mind to understand is massively suppressed. And this is the situation that we face in this world. People who are infinite consciousness operating at the level of body consciousness. And that's exactly where the manipulators want us. Because if we are not connecting out there and getting our insight, inspiration, intuitive knowing from out there, then where do we look to get a fix on who we are and what's happening in the world? We look that way, through the ears and the eyes. And who's controlling that information? Those that control the media, education, etc. Gotcha.
So
the
wrong.
body, I call it a genetic spacesuit. And it's kind of funny, you know, if you were on the moon with someone and an astronaut started thinking he was his spacesuit, I mean, crikey, can you imagine? Hey, Houston, we got a problem. Bill thinks he's his spacesuit. He's bloody mad because he's not his spacesuit. Yeah, but we think we're our spacesuit. And what would there be in that situation on the moon? There would be chaos. Well, that's why there's chaos here, because we believe we're our spacesuit. That's
Well, just take it off. Just take off the spacesuit then.
Chaos on the moon because Bill thinks he's a spacesuit. Well,
yeah, I mean,
okay, maybe
if you're on the moon and you think you're a spacesuit, well, take it off the spacesuit. You'll be fine. See what happens.
I like the analogy of that in a sense. I just don't think that it's accurate.
No,
but it does make you think about yourself. I mean, I do think of our bodies as vehicles in a sense, right?
But you can't take off your personal spacesuit.
Nope,
like you can an astronaut suit. Like you can just disrobe and then you are your own body. I don't know.
You can take it off, but you know it's going to hurt a lot.
Only thing you can do is cause it to malfunction to the point where it no longer functions, or have it break down to the point where it can no longer function, and then you are not in that suit anymore. So that's the vehicle is in the junkyard, right? So
yeah, I mean, let's not try that.
Yeah, let's not try that.
Don't remove spacesuits.
Yeah, and you would be in the same situation if you took your space suit off on the moon too. It wouldn't feel very good. Let's see, Lady Autumn Sky, Living Reality. I'm a little behind. However, do we have an aura and we emit a magnetic energy that is up to 3 meters over 9 feet over people? You know, I don't know that there's any way people are attracted to energy. I don't know there's any way to really
only 9 foot people are attracted to energy.
I don't know that there's any way to, but I thank you for bringing that up, because I was thinking about it when they were showing the pictures of the auras. I've never actually looked at how those cameras work. I would like to know the mechanics of these cameras that create these aura imagery over people, right?
These those would still be but those would just be an illusion. They would only tell you what you want to see.
Yeah.
See, that's sort of what he's doing here, is he's pointing things out and twisting them to make it look like you're seeing what he wants you to see. So
what he sees, his perspective. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Graham, you're probably the guy to ask about this. He's got some information here. Do you know how the aura cameras work? If you could find it, if you have any information on that, I'd love to hear about it. All right, here we go.
Right, he's smart.
He's got a wealth of good information. And if he doesn't know it off the hand, he knows how to find it. But he knows things like that most people don't know. So that's why I asked him. I think if anybody in this crowd knows something about that, he probably does.
What makes racism so insane? It's like saying, I'm better than you because my spacesuit's different color. Bloody ridiculous. But the cutting edge of human knowledge, so why should I complain? We are consciousness working through the body. Now I got a real amazing feeling for this about 2 years ago, just before I last spoke here, when my mother died, Barbara. And I went along to the funeral, obviously, and my brother had organized it. And he said to me, do you want to come and see your mum while in the mortuary or at the funeral parlor? And my immediate reaction was, no, I remember as she was, because it's just a body anyway. But something said, no, go. And for some reason in my life, I've never come across, the first time I've seen a dead body was my mother. And I turn up and I walk in this room, and there's this body in this coffin, this open coffin. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but it was dead. There was no bloody life there whatsoever.
Obviously.
Dead, unbelievably dead. Took me aback dead. And next to it was this picture, which my brother had blown up, which was going to go and be used in the funeral, which it was. And there was my mother's absolutely dead body. And there was this picture of my mother, absolutely full of life, full of energy, full of sparkle. And I stood there and I could see in those two images what life is, what consciousness is. Because that was alive, that was dead. We are
Welcome back, Jacob.
And we've got
that was an illusion.
And in identifying who we are,
your volume
with the body,
is low on the video.
It is?
Yeah.
That might have just been him. Maybe it's a part in the video. I can. Hey, how does it sound out there in the crowd? I mean, we're hearing one thing back here, but
I mean,
you guys,
I can hear it, but I think my voice might be louder than the video.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm hearing it sounds pretty good. So, the one thing he was talking about with seeing a dead body, there is something you can there's something different. Okay, I'm hearing you're not coming across outside very well. Is he out in the stream? Where are you at? Oh shoot. I'm gonna put you on automatic mic adjustment. You were just at about 70 for some reason. So I put you on automatic mic adjustment. So hopefully that'll help.
I've been trying to keep it down a little bit because I can be very, very loud.
Okay. So however you want to manage it, go ahead and set it up. But I just got that word that you were kind of a little bit low. But yeah, there is something different about when you get around a body that is no longer alive. It's still it's very different from when they're alive. It really is. I remember the first time I saw a dead body, it was my grandfather, and and I remember my aunt explained to me what I was about to see. It's gonna be very still, seem very peaceful, and that's what I saw, and but I could tell it was so different from when he was alive that there had to be something. It wasn't just the motion. It wasn't just the fact that, his body was functioning and moving and stuff. It was something more, and you could just sense it. I think we've all felt that. Anybody who's been around at a funeral or seen a deceased body would agree with that. I think we all have the same experience when it comes to that.
Yes.
Really seriously buggered up our sense of perception and therefore our ability to be free. The energy or the reality that we are experiencing, that we apparently see with our eyes, is just a frequency range. That's all it is. And it is minute. What we call visible light. According to current mainstream science, the electromagnetic spectrum is 0.005% of the energy known to exist in the universe. 0.005%. And visible light, which is the only frequency that our eyes can decode into this reality, is a fraction of the 0.005%. We are basically visually blind in terms of what exists in the same space that we're experiencing. It's just a television, holographic television station we're experiencing. Tiny frequency range, visible light that we are experiencing. And what we are is, at this level, receiver transmitters of information. And the range of frequencies that we are accessing decides the range and perception and awareness of reality that we experience.
Well, maybe if he would have studied in algebra, he would have been able to understand this.
The range of frequencies that we are accessing, the more you close down the perception and the sense of infinity of the people you are targeting. The body is a biological computer. Biological in the sense that, unlike a desktop computer, it has the ability to an extent to think for itself and work things out for itself. That's what we call evolution on a physical level. The computer is constantly receiving information, vibrational information from its environment, and it is reacting to that. It does it all the time. If we go into a place where it's cold, it will react to that. Where it's hot, it will react to that. And it's the same with things like animals, that over a period of time, their environment changes. That information is being received by the computer and analyzed by the computer, and it's making changes. And if those environmental changes, habitat changes, happen slow enough, that is why you see animal bodies evolve to fit the new environment. But if it happens really quick, we call it extinction because it can't change fast enough. It's a computer working. And we are receiving vibrational information, which we're decoding into this reality. Get into that more shortly. We are interacting with this infinite consciousness, but how much of that consciousness are we reacting to with? That depends on the range of frequencies we're accessing. And we're a bit like a dodgem car in a fairground. You know, you got the dodgem car, it's going round, it's doing everything, lots of energy. And then once the power is switched off,
we call those bumper cars in America.
Yeah, right there they dodge them, and here we bump them. That's why they lost the war. Right?
Yes, because its energy source is gone, and that's what we call death. Not death at all. It's the movement of consciousness out of this reality. That's all. What we call near-death experiences have enormous amounts of common stories about what they experienced when they left the body and then were returned when their body was revived. Stories that support massively what I'm saying here today about the fact that we are consciousness and the body's just a vehicle. They talk about going through the tunnel into another reality and how limitation disappears, how the emotional intensity disappears, because a lot of that emotional intensity.
I'm going to save this and talk about it in a second.
Is body consciousness. This is what one near-death experiencer said about what he experienced when he left the body. Everything from the beginning, my birth, my ancestors, my children, my wife, everything comes together simultaneously. I saw everything about me and about everyone who was around me. I saw everything they were thinking now, what they thought then, what was happening before, what was happening now. There is no time, there is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation, of distance, of period, of time, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. That is
Except
who
for
we
alive.
are. And
Pause.
Yep.
So
Okay.
that is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Like, he knew everybody's thoughts. He was everywhere, all at once, all at the same time, existing on one plane. And you're right, Katelyn. You can feel everything except for alive.
Have you guys ever done DMT?
No.
No.
I did do a lot of acid, though.
Do you know that DMT is what's released in a body when it's dying? Like, we have our own natural source of DMT, so when people do DMT, they're taking that in, and they're experiencing what someone who is basically dying is experiencing. It's a very wild experience, and you could basically you feel there's like an overload of senses, is what it is. And I don't know how it comes about or what, but person in this state right here, right, when he's talking about, would be experiencing DMT, their own personal DMT. So these observations he gives from coming back from that edge, right, it would, is equal to that experience, but I guess in a more physical way, right? and you could have multiple experiences on that.
Right.
That
But
could
if you're
simulate
not
these things.
physical, then you can't be having anything on a physical being.
Right.
That's where the conundrum walks in, because if he's having this experience and he knows all these thoughts and he feels and sees and hears everything, he knows all about it. Well, the conundrum is none of it's real anyway. It's all an illusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, they should at least come back with, if you know all that stuff, come back with some lottery numbers, and like if you make it back, at least set yourself up for the rest of your life. I would try to at least get like one, like this lottery number, who's going to win the Super Bowl, something, I can double my money on.
I mean, here's the thought. If heaven is so great and hell is so horrible, how come nobody's ever come back and talked about how bad it was or how great it was? If it was great, you'd want to come back and tell everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I guess once you leave this shell of a
Some
body,
people do.
it's just an illusion. It's pretty
Right.
hard to come back and actually talk about it.
Yeah. We'll have to do a show on near-death experiences and what people have said when they've come back from near-death experiences.
There were books on that back in the 70s and 60s and 50s, and there's always somebody that talks about having these near-death experiences, and kudos to them, I guess.
Here we go. Tam, C.S. Lewis in The Great Divorce. The afterlife is more real than what we experience now. In heaven, a blade of grass is so much more real than our earthly foot would pass through it, that our earthly foot would pass through it like mist. Thank you for that, Tam.
Yeah.
Let me dude, Grimsbar is he did it. He came back with the information. We'll get right back into this. The aura photography, Kirkland photography. Is that, did I say that right? Kirkland. Okay. Was discovered in Russia in 1939. When developing film, an electric current is applied. The developing solution is made of hydroquinone. Oh, Jesus.
Quinine, I think is what it is.
Okay. Used to develop. Light sensitive silver halide. God. Okay. Halide crystal. See, I'm doubting myself.
Either halide or halide. It's one of the
halide.
two, but
Okay,
you'd be
halide.
fine.
The voltage develops the crystals, making it look like an aura. It's a neat effect that was then used in hoaxes. It's like painting a picture on wood, then using electric wood burning on it and calling it an aura reading.
Mm-hmm.
Electro wood burning, salt water on wood, put electric current across it, and it burns the wood in forking patterns. Carbon is more conductive than wood, so it would be more than the current along the deposits.
It moves the current along the deposits as it burns it.
Yeah. There you go. So thank you so much for that, Grum. I appreciate you looking that up for us. All right. Here we go.
And we need to remember it so we can sort this place out. What do you mean there's no time? That's stupid. Oh, right. So, manufactured time is on my wrist. If I cross a certain invisible point in the world, I enter yesterday or tomorrow. Ridiculous. It's a decoding illusion, time and sequence.
Algebra would have helped him
As William
in that
Blake
aspect.
said, to see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. Everything is everything else happening at the same time.
We'll pause for a second.
Decoding process.
Okay. There's a reason why we have a measurement of time. Okay. And measurement of time has been going on for a long time. A long time.
No pun intended, right?
Yeah. So you're talking about the Earth as it goes around the sun is 1 year. As it rotates, that's a day. So as it goes around the Earth, it's a year. As it rotates, it's a day. And that's a pretty basic, simple way of measuring time. And we've put it down to minute time references so we could actually have conversation and know that we were supposed to be at a certain place at a certain time. Like, there's a reason why all of these people showed up tonight, because they looked at their watch, or they saw the time on their computer, or they got a notification that at a certain time this was going to be happening. So that's a simple way of measuring time, and what he's saying doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah,
That
this is
all
his
time
own
exists
perception of
all
this.
the time. Yeah, it's perception.
Right. And another reason why everybody showed up here nice, because they're awesome, because the crowd is awesome, because they show up to the show. They're here for the show. That's why crowds rock. And by the way, if you enjoyed this channel, you enjoy the content and everything that we're doing here, please tell people about it. Share the videos, give it a thumbs up. And hey, by the way, I have a new level of membership. It's just only $3 a month if you want to support the channel. I love to have you as a full-time member. And I'd really appreciate it. And hey, man, we're going to be going great places and doing great things here. So come along for the ride, man. Join the winner circle. We'll see you there.
Yes. If you're watching a film, movie on a DVD on the telly, where you are in the movie, you think is the present. The scenes in the movie you just left or watched is your past, and the scenes you've not seen yet are your future. But all of them still exist in the same moment that you're experiencing what you perceive to be the present. And if you run back, bingo, you're in the past. You run forward, you're in the future. No, you're in the same now. As H.M. Tomlinson said, we see things not as they are, but as we are, because as we are decides how we decode reality. And this conspiracy might play out as banking scams and political scams. Yes, it does, and we should know that. But this conspiracy is about manipulating our sense of who we are, so we decode what they want us to experience. And what that perception is one of division, apartness, because that creates the fault lines through which they can divide and rule us, when we are oneness, all connected.
Well, and he's doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's creating division also. It's a us versus them. I died 3 times for several minutes each. Didn't see crap that I can remember. Yeah.
So this idea too, like here's the thing that nobody does who takes this train of thought. They never tell us what oneness is supposed to be like. Like, what's that reality like? We're all up each other's asses in a whole other kind of way. I mean, whenever we're all one, we all go talk at the same time. Are we the Borg? I mean, I'm trying to understand how this oneness reality is supposed to work. I can't see how it works. I don't think it works. Honestly, I can't. I mean, what we all be doing? We all be walking in the same. What everybody's left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. We all go to sleep at the same time. We all wake up at the same time. We all eat at the same time. What are we talking about here? I don't understand this idea of. I know I get it as far as like unity and division, as far as individuals go, but I don't understand this oneness of everybody having the same consciousness, and that we're supposed to get to this point and what that's supposed to be like. That's the part I don't think he ever explains, and I don't think I've ever heard anybody explain who goes down this idea of we are all one kind of thing.
That's because you've never ridden on the tail of a comet. Once you ride on the tail of a comet, you understand what oneness is all about.
I've taken a lot of rides, but not on that. Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, don't. You don't want to know that oneness.
Right. I know, right? Are you talking about the hail bops?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm saying if you want to experience oneness, that's about the only way you're going to get it. And that does not sound like a fun ride.
Yeah, I think I'll figure that out down the road. I got some more things to do here.
Yeah.
Different points of perception and observation within that whole, therefore expressing glorious diversity, but still connected. And that's the point, I understand it.
Gummy Buddhas.
When you're talking about oneness, people think that it's like everyone therefore becomes one clone blob, like this. I'm oneness, and also am I. Oh yeah. What is oneness? What is this oneness I'm talking about? It is
I guess you did.
all possibility. That's what it is. It is
That
everything
answered your
that has,
question.
is, or ever will be there to be experienced. So there is no contradiction between being in a point of awareness of the connectedness of everything and at the same time celebrating and expressing your glorious diversity and uniqueness of perception. Indeed, the uniqueness of our expressing of our lives is honoring, if you like, the oneness.
Yeah, but
all,
this is the part right here.
All possibility. What you get, ironically, when you disconnect from that into that, is you get a situation where you do get people who are.
Don't we already have all possibilities? It's just a matter of how you direct your free will, right? I mean, you at least have some possibilities, and the oneness is the fact that we all have to manage our free will together, in some way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to follow him here. I don't know that he even knows quite what he's talking about, but I mean, I think he knows what he thinks he's talking about. But in terms of trying to actually solve this conundrum here, we may not get a real answer, but we'll see how he tries to describe it, and then we can talk about it afterwards.
I'm not oneness, neither am I. I'm not oneness. You do get uniformity because people start operating on the same tiny range of frequencies, and therefore they start acting and seeing the world the same. Everyone thinks the same. Everyone's tuning to the same bloody station. That's why we think when we experience the world, and understandably it seems like that, and the way we decode it, that the world is out there, that it's out there. In fact, it's just a projection. It's all going on in our minds, in our heads, as we.
Okay, so I mean, at this point, I think what he's saying is that everything is just in our heads. Like, we're not even. I don't have a microphone here. We're not on StreamYards. People aren't in the chat, but we're all having the same thing. It's not really there. It's in our minds, but we're all having the same experience together in our minds.
Like a
I think that's what he's
dream.
getting at. There you go. Yeah, thank you, Katelyn. Let's see. To me, I would say we each reflect an individual part of God, and we reflect that part to each other. We are part of a reflection of one wholeness.
Mm-hmm. That was my point earlier.
Very deep stuff going on. I love it. I love it.
We decode reality. As the great Bill Hicks, the American comedian, said. What a great man he was. Great man.
People now think that Bill Hicks is. They think that he's actually Alex Jones. Have you heard of this? Some of the people that helped spread that back in the day actually have come by the channel before. Like, I've seen their old videos about it. They're when it first came out, it was amongst the older generation of internet folks. Let's call it that, the truthers. And yeah, it's really funny, man. It's really funny. But here we go. A lot of comedians always have these great insights.
Yes.
All matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And that's the foundation of the conspiracy, manipulating our imagination of ourselves.
So when we're dreaming, is that the inception?
I don't even know how he explains dreams. Maybe I have a different philosophy on that, but I guess from his going by what he's saying, I guess it would have to be inception, wouldn't it? And here's the big secret, right? Infinite love is the only truth. Now, this is an interesting concept too. We'll talk about it and we'll stop and comment on this. We're getting into the real analytical part of the show, by the way, guys. There's a lot of good little tidbits coming up here.
Truth the existence of an infinite consciousness is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Everything else is the imagination of that consciousness made manifest and experienced. This is who we are. This is what we think we are. We think we're the body that we see in the mirror. Humans are a software program. It's like playing on the computer a certain piece of software. We call it genetic inheritance and all that stuff. And from that, we get what we call personality. We get all the other genetic traits, and we think they're who we are. It's a software program. Cultures, different cultures, they're software programs. Nothing wrong with them. Love them, experience them. Illusions only control you when you think they're real. When you know they're illusions, play with them, have a laugh. But they're software programs. We're not human. That's our experience. It's not who we are. Even my body's the same. Even mine. Lost a bit of weight, you know. Been off the booze for 3 months, that's why. This is an article in the San Francisco Chronicle. DNA is a universal software code. From bacteria to humans, the basic instructions for life are written with the same language. Even the cutting edge of mainstream science is now beginning to turn its mind to the fact that this is computer, and this may well be a illusory, almost computer game. If you look at the...
Okay, real quick. Computers are a man-made thing. We made computers.
I was going to ask, what was the philosophy before computers existed?
Exactly. Yeah, we're thinking just exactly alike. Yeah, it's a conundrum here because he's putting the cart before the horse, right? Or the horse for how do you say that? Whichever,
Yeah,
cart before the horse.
He was comparing us to computers. He wasn't saying that we were computers. He was comparing us. He's just using it as an analogy.
Right. I think computers are more like it's like AI, right? It's supposed to be a technical version of what we already kind of know and do. Like I do the same thing. I say hard drive, I say OS. I make the same comparisons all the time. But I don't think that the comparisons are the reality, right? I just think that I'm trying to make an analogy that people can relate to so they understand how it works, right? And in this case, though, I think he's doing it the opposite way.
Is he making an analogy, though? Because he said that it's a software. He's not saying it's like a software. He's saying that we are a software and that the human body is a software.
He's using it as an analogy. I mean, you can twist it any way you want to, but that's all he's doing. If you listen to the first part of what he was saying, he was already making that analogy and saying, that DNA is a code, which we know that DNA is not a code. It's just it's something that somebody created. See.
Yep. Yeah. And so this is going to be a premise here that's coming up. We're going to have some more to talk about here in a second.
Codes that make up DNA, A, C, G, and T, or in my case, G and T, G and T, G and T. Oh, give it up. I gave it up 3 months ago. Sorry. These 4 codes, depending on where they are in relationship to each other, decide so many things. They decide if your body is a mouse or if it's a human. And the difference in the coding compared with the difference in how it expresses itself in the different physical form is minimal. And if you look at those codes in the Matrix movies, very, very similar, because the principle of that movie is correct. On one level, we are a digital, energetic construct operating beyond human sight. And the reason now they're talking about what they call human-computer interface, where they can get the computer to be worked by the brain without any movement of the hands, is very, very simple. They're connecting 2 computers. One immensely, staggeringly more advanced than the other, but still the basically same principle. What they don't tell us is that's how it is. When you look at the human body from a point of view of a computer, it ticks almost every box. Well, it does tick every box I've come across so far. When the computer has a virus and it gets out of control and eventually it won't switch on, what do we say? My computer's dead. Why? Because it cannot connect to its energy source. What do we say when people die? We say the body's dead, the computer's dead, the energy source is left. That's why. We talk about putting computers into sleep mode where they just tick over and slow down and shut down to a very large extent. So do we. Then we've got Norton antivirus and all these other antivirus technologies. And what do? They are programmed to attack viruses and threats to the body, to the PC computer, desktop computer's functional system. We've got a Norton antivirus. We call it the human immune system. Does the same basic principle because it's a computer. This is a picture, an enhanced version of a picture taken at the Necker Hospital in a research process in Paris. And this is a motherboard. That is the motherboard of the body computer. And that's the system, the meridian system, the circuit board that acupuncture and other alternative forms of healing work on. Why? Because this chi energy, as the Chinese call it, going around the body and these lines is information passing around the computer, just like information passes around the desktop computer. And they found in their experiments that when this energy is moving too slowly compared to optimum, the body starts to show signs of dis-ease and disharmony. Why? Because the information going around the body and being processed is being processed too slowly for optimum health. What do we say when we got a virus in our computer on the desk? My computer's bloody slow today. Same thing. And the acupuncture needles and other forms of Chinese acupuncture healing are there to reharmonize the flow of this energy so the information's passing around to optimum and we become well again. Then you've got the brain. The so-called brain of the computer, as they call it, is the central processing unit, the CPU. The brain of the body is the CPU of the body computer. It's the main processor of information, receiving.
He's bad. He's wrong.
Sending.
He's wrong.
Hey, Leslie.
The brain is a storage. Brain stores. You'd be better off saying. You'd be better off saying that the heart is the processor, because it's what has to pump all that all the way around through the entire body. So he's pretty off on if he's compared it to a computer, he's wrong, because the microprocessor stores nothing. It's a pass-through.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It does. It does. The processor does kind of like run the system, right? It distributes the but it also it's distributing the memory as well, right? So it's the energy. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Hey, Leslie, how you doing? Good to see you. I hear what you're saying there. To have your computer fixed.
And it's decoding information all the time. And therefore creating our reality. The DNA and the genetic structure is like the hard drive. And the hard drive is passed on through what we call procreation, which is like on a computer level, two hard drives fusing to create another hard drive, which is a combination of the two.
He should have stayed in school. His computer stuff is wrong.
Is that how hard drives work? You can just fuse them together and they become one bigger hard drive?
Real quick.
No.
Quick. Okay, a central processing unit, the CPU, is the brain of the computer, containing all the circuitry needed to process input, stored data, and output results. The CPU is consistently flowing instructions of the computer programs that tell it which data to process and how it and how to process it. So that's the literal technical definition of it. The CPU's primary function is to fetch, process, decode, execute, and store input data. It does this by following instructions from the computer programs that tell it which data to process and how to process it. So that's literally coming straight out of the definition there. So yeah, maybe he's
but the human brain would be an entire computer, not just a piece of it.
Right. I would say it would be the whole thing.
Awareness of its own, and can function in this world pretty well, even without connection to out there. Pretty well, I mean, it can survive. But it's a manipulator's bloody dream. All these things we call cultures and races and people and personalities of software programs. This is a guy called William Sheridan. He was in a New York hospital waiting for a heart transplant, and he went on an art therapy course. And he's meeting the mother of the person who donated his heart there. This was his art when he went on the course. He then had the heart transplant. And when he was recovering, he went back on the art therapy course and started doing things that were much more sophisticated compared with the real basic stuff he was capable of before. He had no idea where it was coming from. The art therapist had no idea where it was coming from. And he asked, because he, through various means, he managed to talk to the mother of the donor. He asked her if her son liked art at all. And it turns out her son was crazy about art from a very early age. He wanted art materials rather than toys from the age of about 18 months. And doctors who have...
Anybody have kids? They would prefer at 18 months or making decisions like that. Like, this is the part I told you we're getting ready to have some things to talk about. Like, what he's going to say here is that when people get transplants, they pick up the information from the person whose organs they were formerly belonged to, and then they pick up their personality traits or their skills or something like that. Which would be a very interesting thing if it was true, because then very smart people might be killed for their parts. Right? And like, who's to say that their DNA is stronger than your DNA? Like, why would it overwrite your already set system just because it was introduced? Like, somehow it has more power coming from a weaker position. So I this is the funny parts, right? The funny parts are getting to. But yeah, how about this? How about this guy got a heart transplant and he started feeling better, so he started drawing better.
He was taking classes and learning.
Yeah, he could learn better. Because he wasn't in pain, he wasn't distracted. He could use his limbs better. He had better circulation. There's a lot of reasons for this, but I love this speculation here. It's really good.
He started caring about life again.
Right? Yeah. There's no. It was a computer program takeover again. That's what I'm talking about.
Disconnection between
jumping time
appearing out of nowhere and personality changes in the recipient mirroring the personality of the donor. That research is now pretty extensive. People like the lady who had lungs transplanted, who was frightened of heights and then started climbing mountains. She didn't know for a long time when she was doing this, but the lungs came from an avid mountain climber. And it's
hearsay. I'm going to call hearsay on this.
Well, my thought process, and this one specifically, is if you are going to need something like a lung transplant or a heart transplant, but let's stick with this one, the lung transplant. It's not like you're getting unhealthy lungs being donated. They are going to be the best options available. I mean, if you have the capability of donating your body parts after you pass away, they don't take them if things are wrong with them. So yes, maybe your lungs came from an avid mountain hiker because they were good at that, but that doesn't mean that automatically makes you an avid mountain hiker.
Right. Yeah. Whether you say that all of a sudden she like she wasn't scared of heights, right? But the person who hiked on the mountains obviously wasn't scared of heights either. It's almost like saying, yeah, like you get a transplant, suddenly you have a new fetish. It's
Yeah,
like I don't know why I want to be a fuzzy all of a sudden. It's like a fairy all of a sudden.
I don't understand why. Before I was I was a couch potato, and now I actually I was a couch potato. I would eat meat and potatoes, and now all I want to do is eat vegetables for some odd reason and climb mountains and sleep with unshaven women. I'm like, I am so like, I don't know what happened.
Like I used to use my right hand, now I use my left hand. It's just like, oh, it turns out the orgademmer is left-handed. Of course.
Oh my
This
God.
explains everything.
It's kind of, this is strange. How can this be strange? How can this be? How can this happen? It's because it's a computer download. The recipient organs and the energy field that goes with it are downloaded into the recipient's computer and then become available to affect the personality and to affect the abilities and attributes of the receiver. My great friend Kreda Mutwa in Africa, the Zulu shaman, he told me when I called him, I talked to him about this.
This is where all the fun stuff started for him.
Zulu shaman.
Yeah.
I like his outfit.
I do too.
How many goats does he have? And it does not look like he's in South Africa.
I haven't been to South Africa, so I have no idea.
I'm just saying that could be somewhere in Georgia or New Mexico or just about anywhere that might have grass, trees, and clay, red clay.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Oh yes," he said, in Africa when they used to eat people.
Me too.
He said it was a golden law that the people who they were eating had to be boiled to a certain temperature and for a certain time, because the legend was that if you ate them without that being done, then you became them. You took.
So, hey, this health safety tip: make sure when you're eating humans that you boil it. You don't want to eat it raw. You may become the person that was already dead who you chopped up and ate. All right, just putting that out there.
This channel does not offer medical advice
or dietary.
Great ways that we identify with being this is I'm a man or I'm a woman. And nothing wrong with that. It's an experience. They're very different experiences. Great, fabulous. It's an illusion. Enjoy it. But we get caught in the illusion that they're who we are. Suddenly we are in a place where we can get manipulated and diverted. Now,
it sounds like maybe he's had some experience with being manipulated.
Be a man and a woman when the nature of that can be changed by chemical change.
No.
This is not, but it's a chicken indicating the story I'm going to tell. Freaky the chicken. You might have heard that story a few years ago. Freaky the chicken started out life as a hen, laying eggs, all that stuff. And then suddenly, because something happened in the chicken's body to create massive amounts of testosterone, it grew.
It's not true. It's not true. So what will happen with hens whenever there's no roosters around? They will start acting like one of them eventually will take over and start acting like a male. I mean, that happens. And they'll have all the characteristics, and they'll rooster out. God, it's so stupid. I don't know. Someone wants to be eaten raw, I guess. You're muted when possible.
Oh, thanks. Sorry about that. And then thanks, Chloe, for that. And by the way, it's just good common sense. If you don't want your children to see a chicken fist fucking contest, don't take them to a chicken fist fucking contest. All right, there you go. You remember that one, don't you, Sis?
Through a comb, It started crowing at dawn.
Yes.
Chasing the hens.
They always do that.
Why? Because it had moved from being a woman, female, to a male, pure
trans chicken.
It did not. That's the thing. It remained a female chicken. If they would have put a rooster in there, that rooster would have probably killed that hen and continued mating with the other hens. You know.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think it was just identifying as a male.
Yeah. It just, it became a butch chicken.
I think I had a motorcycle. Leslie Collier, thank you so much for the $15. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? Woo woo. It sure did.
purely by a chemical change. Because it's
Chemical
the
change.
computer changing, not us. I got this from BBC News recently. Scientists have been able to take control of flies' brains to make females behave just like males. Researchers genetically modified the insect so that a group of brain cells that control sexual behavior could be switched on by a pulse of light. The team was able to get female fruit flies to produce a courtship song, behavior usually only seen in males. Why? Because it's a computer program, it's software. Sometimes I get up early in the morning in the winter.
Because they're turning fruit flies gay.
Before dawn, and I sit there in the office working on the website and stuff, and then the sun starts to come up and the bird song starts. And I'm thinking, you know, is there like a conductor with a stick waiting for dawn? I'm going, cue. No.
I just put it in there in chat.
Just like Freaky started crowing at dawn when the testosterone came in. Because it's a body computer program, a software program. Then we talk about personalities and emotions. It's no accident, I would suggest, that so many, enormous numbers of near-death experiences tell the same story, that when they've left the body in that period, they don't feel emotion like they feel it here. They're not cold, but they don't feel that intensity of emotion that we feel. Why? Because that's a body consciousness. Software program.
No.
This is why psychiatry.
I just want to stop on the picture for a second.
This guy must have started like having his rants before he could be actually, you know, fact checked on his BS. And the only reason I remember hearing about this because my grandmother, you know, she raised chickens. Amazing, huh? But one of the hens, whenever they would start acting like a rooster because they didn't have a rooster around, all you had to do is just, you know, chop them, take off their head. Wow. But whenever there's no rooster around, there'll usually be one. But you can do that just by changing their pecking order.
The pecking order. It's so funny. It actually is where that comes from, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Psychiatrists and people, they say, some of them, they can break down human personalities into about 12 archetypes and combinations of them. You can't do that with infinite possibility, but you can do it with computer programs. We had that lady in Britain a few years ago who had been in institutions, in and out of them, with real manic, deep depression for 40 years. And her personality, people say, oh, she's a manic depressive. That's who she is. That's her. 40 years later, someone said, what happened about the time this started? Can you think? Did you do anything? And she said, the only thing I can think of is that I had something like 19 tooth fillings, mercury. It was pointed out that maybe that could be a connection. She had all the mercury teeth fillings taken out, went on a mercury detox. After 40 years, manic depression, gone. Because it was a computer level of operation that was manifesting it due to a chemical imbalance. We're not even our emotions.
Obviously.
Most of the time. We are consciousness. And we've forgotten, and therefore these computer programs, these software programs take us over, and we think we're them.
Just real quick, I want to point out, okay, look, we're exactly halfway through this lecture part right here, okay? You notice how when we started out, we were all like, yeah, this is we're really agreeing with him. He's got it. He knows, he's over the target on this point. We're resonating with a lot of the ideas he's talking about, right? And now here at this point, almost halfway, a little bit over halfway through, we're starting to really kind of start picking things apart, and it's starting to break down a lot. That's the David Icke experience. It's like he brings you in for a long period of time, like big ramp up with a lot of stuff that makes a lot of sense and is well put, right? And he starts hinting at where he's going, and then he starts just going, okay, now everybody get in the boat. Put on your water skis because I'm heading towards the shark ramp.
Yeah, and it's silly because you can spot this. I mean, this is something that I covered quite extensively on my channel. Was like, people like John Todd, they would come in and they would start talking about the Bible, and they would have this way about them that people are just like, yeah, that's what the Bible says. That's what's going on. And then they tell you, oh yes, but there's a conspiracy back here. There's this little thing happening back here that you don't know about. And I'm the only one that's privy. And now you know about it too. Mm-hmm. So my life is in danger because now I know I have all this secret information that you didn't have before. It's a total grift.
Well, yeah, but so now we can start breaking down the how this is done, right? You're in a setting, you've paid this money to go there, okay? You're sitting in this auditorium, you've been there for an hour or so, you're all excited for the show, you got your hotel room or whatever, and then you get this presentation, right? It gets dark, your mind becomes subjectable. It goes into that alpha wave state, right? If I'm saying that right, alpha wave. Correct me if I'm not.
Right.
Okay, yeah, alpha wave state. Is it alpha or beta? I can't remember. I would think beta because I always think beta is less, but it's like
beta is much less.
Yeah, and so you become subjectable. So you've been agreeing and saying, this is a sales technique too, by the way. You've been agreeing and saying yes for the last hour, right? You're there, you're into this stuff, and now he's going to hit you with this stuff, that's the big secrets, right? And now you're more likely to buy in. You're more likely to get up after this is over and go purchase the books and the posters and the stuff in the lobby, right? And I'm not saying that he shouldn't make a living trying to put his ideas out, because I totally agree with doing that.
Oh yeah.
But is what he's doing, is it legitimate, or is this really just him, a guy who's been through a lot in his life? He's taken a lot of ayahuasca and done things like that, just telling you his story. It didn't matter. You're there. I mean, I hope you're there for the entertainment of it and to entertain the ideas, but not to fall into a cultic following or start thinking. The big fear is like you start thinking reptilians and all this stuff is around. You start living this way. You start living like this, right? To your own peril.
I mean, let's
he's not living that way.
Really simple. Oh hell no. I had been in Florida for probably about 3 or 4 days, and me and my buddy were just like, yeah, I need to raise some cash. And I see this, he's just like, oh, just pull up an ad in the paper and maybe you can find something, just temporary. And I'll be damned if I didn't run across this one that was like looking for musicians. Like, oh, cool. So I show up and they had this speech about wanting me to sell perfume. I was like, what does this have to do with music? Like I came here to, make some money. Yeah, but if you get this stuff, you can turn around and you can sell it and you can make all this money and we'll put you on these tiers. And I was just like, I'm a broke fucking musician. You can just go F off. Like,
yeah, I'd rather go bust down on the street corner in little 5 points.
But there were so many people that were like really into this. It was because they had the hype, they had the music, they had the energetic person. It was just a pyramid scheme to get people to, go out and sell perfume for them. And you end up making this investment on like cheap knockoffs of like horrible colognes and crap like that. And it was just like, this is stupid. And there's people that were just like, hey, I want to be here tomorrow and I want to get in on the ground and I think I can really do this. And I just looked at them. I was like, you guys are morons. And I just got on the bus and headed out. I was like, yeah, stay away from me. But people are gullible on this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, and that's the technique, right? But for what it's worth, Shizzy, I think you would have been an excellent perfume salesman. I could see you like really killing it. Here,
Yeah.
let me spray a little bit of it on your neck. Smell that?
Just
You've already become more attracted to me already.
I know.
I'm just being honest.
That. Just let me rub this. Let me rub this into your shoulder.
Oh, doesn't this feel nice?
It's okay. It's okay.
Now you smell as good as you look.
Well, you want to buy a few more bottles? I've got at least 20 in here.
Yep.
I will come by every morning and rub you down with this perfume.
I got a very attractive offer to match your very attractive self. You can buy this whole case for $20 and then sign up for the monthly program, and I'll send you more perfume every month. You'll be the most beautiful person ever.
I will bring it to you every month.
Here's my 800 number. Call me anytime. Oh man, I went to a hypnotist at a hotel conference room, like you said, about 60 people. Out of everyone, I didn't get hypnotized. So went around and collected everyone's pack of cigarettes people were told to throw out. I can't be hypnotized either, by the way. I've tried it. I thought it was going to be neat. Nope. Can't be done. I think
that's to be hypnotized, you have to be susceptible, and to be susceptible, you have to. And there's people that after they've been hypnotized have come back. I was just enjoying the experience. I was totally aware of everything that I was doing.
Yeah.
I was just playing the part.
They play into it, man. I was sitting there taking it seriously, going, okay, I can't wait till I start seeing things, or it'll be so funny. Like, I can't wait. Nope. They're like, oh no, you get off the stage. I'm like, God dang it. All right.
And so instead of driving the bus, we're sitting at the back thinking we can't drive it. The brain is two halves of the brain. There's the right brain,
the left side, and the right
brain,
side.
And they have very, very different roles to play, especially in personality. And
as does the front, and they don't know enough about the brain.
Which bridges the information between the two.
Yeah, he never took algebra.
This is a picture that Neil Haig did for me recently. Symbolically looking at what the right brain and the left brain do. The right brain is out there. It's creativity. It's like inspiration. It's the maverick. It's the connection to all that is. It's the greater awareness. And the left brain is about structure. It sees things in parts, not as wholes. It wants things to be structured. It's about language, and it's about organization in a physical way. It's about being what we call, though often that's not what it is, rational thinking. And both sides of the brain are necessary. If you get a right brain person, we've all met them, they're fantastically creative, but they're out on another cloud. There's nothing going on down here. But you get a really imprisoned left brain person, they can't see the connections with anything. They're here. Boom, boom. I'll tell you a story. Sound like Max Bygraves. I'll tell you a story.
I'm sure he has one.
Reacted there. Who's Max Bygraves? Shows me bloody age. Yeah, he's just a bit older than me. Anyway, what happened was I was asked to speak at the Oxford University, right? Now, there are whole brain people at Oxford University. I'm not knocking it, but because of the nature of it, there's a hell of a lot of real left brain people at Oxford University. And I had this bizarre situation. When I do something like this to open-minded people, I just give it, there you go, there it is, make of it what you will. But when you're talking to a real left brain audience, even at the elite Oxford University, where they've passed all these exams to get there, he's clever. I'm sitting in the hotel room before I'm going to do it, and I'm thinking, how do I put this in baby steps so they'll get it?
I got it. I can get it for them in like really short term.
There, and it doesn't get this.
I got it for them in really short term. Their IQ is below normal. They are people that would not even be able to get in the military. They are the bobbly wobblies of the world. They just nothing's quite firing right up there with them.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's the individuality of the human condition. I mean, we're on a bell curve, right? As far as intelligence goes, for everything, it's always a bell curve. There's an average, a below average, and above average.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
not at all.
Everybody provides valuable function in society, in the world. But his take on this is, well, people aren't getting what I'm saying. Well, maybe they're not getting what you're saying because you are insane. There's something not quite right up here with you. The rest of us are normal, and it's like trying to explain to someone that's schizophrenic that no, the toaster is not talking to you, because in their mind, that's all they see is that toaster talking to them. You're not going to be able to talk them out of it. They're going to constantly see that toaster is talking to them and telling them what to do. You're never going to change their mind. And that's the people that he's running into, is people that are just like, I know the world how I see it, and how I see it is not how you see it. And I'm perfectly fine. I'm happy with where I'm at. And that people like him, it pisses them off because they're not easily susceptible to his whims of the day.
This wider picture, I'll come more to that in a second. Now, I want to give you an idea of this left brain thing. If you go to my website, davidicke.com, and you go into the What is Reality Research Archive, you can see this 20-minute clip of this lady. It was sent to me a few weeks ago, and it was like a eureka moment because of what she experienced. This is a lady called Jill Bolte Taylor, who's a neuroanatomist, brain scientist for short, and she had a stroke which shut down her left brain, and instead of conking out, she spent hours experiencing what was happening while it was going on. And she talked about the fact that she got up, she was having this stroke, she didn't realize it immediately, and she got onto the exercise machine. This is how she describes what happened. So I got up and I jumped onto my exercise machine, and I'm jamming away on this thing, and I'm realizing that my hands look like primitive claws grasping onto the bar. I thought, that's very peculiar. And I looked down at my body and I thought, whoa, I'm a weird looking thing. And it was as though my consciousness had shifted away from my normal perception of reality, where I'm the person on the machine having the experience, to some esoteric space where I'm witnessing myself having this experience. I looked down at my arm and I realized that I can no longer define the boundaries of my body. I can't define where I begin and where I end, because the atoms and the molecules of my arm blended with the atoms and molecules of the wall. And all I could detect was energy. And I'm asking myself, what's wrong with me? What's going on? And in that moment, my brain chatter, my left hemisphere brain chatter went totally silent, just like someone took a remote control and pushed the mute button, and total silence. And at first I was shocked to find myself inside a silent mind, but then I was immediately captivated by the magnificence of the energy around me. And because I could no longer identify the boundaries of my body, I felt enormous and expansive. I felt at one with all the energy that was, and it was beautiful there.
She's a book
then all of a
salesman.
sudden, my left hemisphere comes back online and says to me, hey, we got a problem.
I'm sorry.
We got a problem. We got to get some help. So it's
quick
like,
search,
okay,
and
I've
that
got a
shows
problem.
exactly what
but
she
then I
is.
immediately drifted back out into the consciousness, and I affectionately referred to this space as La La Land. But it was beautiful there. Imagine what it would be like to be totally disconnected from your brain chatter that connects you to the external world. So I'm here in this space, and any stress related to my job, it was gone. Again, stress, body consciousness. And I felt lighter in my body. And I imagine all of the relationships in the external world and the many stresses related to any of those, they were gone. I felt a sense of peacefulness. And imagine what it would be like to lose 37 years of emotional baggage. I felt euphoria. Euphoria was beautiful. And then my left hemisphere comes back online and it says, hey, you've got to pay attention. You've got to get help. And I'm thinking, I got to get help.
She had
I got to
gas.
focus. So I got to get help. I got a call work. I couldn't remember the number at work, so I remembered in my office I had a business card with my number on it. So I go to my business.
Wait, she couldn't remember a number at work, but she could remember she had a business card.
And I'm looking at the card on
Amazing.
top, and even though I could see clearly in my mind's eye what my business card looked like, I couldn't tell if this was my card or not, because all I could see was pixels. And the pixels of the words blended with the pixels of the background and the pixels of the symbols, and I just couldn't tell. And I would wait for what I call a wave of clarity. And in that moment, I would be able to reattach to normal reality, and I could tell, that's not my card, that's not my card, that's not my card. It took me 45 minutes to get 1 inch inside of that stack of cards. In the meantime, for 45 minutes, the hemorrhage is getting...
Sounds like she was in Minecraft.
I do not understand numbers, I do not understand the telephone, but it's the only plan I have. So I take the phone pad and I put it right there, right here. I take the business card and I put it right here, and I'm matching the shape of the squiggles on the card to the shape of the squiggles on the phone pad. Eventually, the whole number gets dialed and I'm listening to the phone. And my colleague picks up the phone and he says to me, whoa, 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 whoa. And I think to myself, oh my gosh, he sounds like a golden retriever. And so I say to him, clearing my mind, I say to him, this is Jill, I need help. And what comes out of my voice is, whoa, 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 whoa. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I sound like a golden retriever. So I didn't know that I couldn't speak or understand language until I tried. What's happening is the left brain, because of what's happening to it, has stopped decoding vibrational information into human language and vibrational information into this reality. Therefore, it sees pixels, which is the next level of reality to this one. When I awoke later that afternoon, I was shocked to discover that I was still alive. When I felt my spirit surrender, I said goodbye to my life, and my mind was now suspended between two very opposite planes of reality. Because I could not identify the position of my body in space, I felt enormous and expansive, like a genie just liberated from a bottle. What a wonderful expression.
Time to take a diet.
And my spirit soared free like a great whale gliding through the sea of silent euphoria.
See?
Nirvana.
Diet.
I found
She's
Nirvana.
comparing herself to a whale.
There's no way I could ever
Giant
be able
blob.
to squeeze the enormousness of myself back inside
Enormous.
this tiny little body. But I realized, but I'm still alive. I'm still alive. And I found Nirvana. And if I found Nirvana and I'm still alive,
love that band.
then everyone who is alive can find Nirvana.
They were such a fun band.
And I picture a world filled with beautiful, peaceful, compassionate, loving people who knew that they could come to this space at any time. And that they could purposely choose to step to the right of their left hemispheres and find this peace. And then I realized what a tremendous gift this experience could be, and what an insight this could be in how to live our lives. And it motivated my recovery. So who are we? We are the life force of the universe.
We are Bob.
With manual dexterity and two cognitive minds. And we have the power to choose moment by moment who and how we want to be in this world right here and now. I can step into the consciousness of my right hemisphere where I am the life force power of the universe and the life force power of the 50 trillion beautiful molecular geniuses that make up my form. At one,
Yeah, so he's going to go through her whole TED talk.
I can choose to step into the consciousness of my left hemisphere.
That's
where I
all it
become
is.
A single individual, a solid, separate from the flow, separate from you. I am Jill Bolton
Sounds like
Taylor,
it.
intellectual neuroanatomist. These are the we inside of me. Which would you choose? Which do you choose, and when? I believe that the more time we spend choosing to run the deeper inner peace circuitry in our right hemispheres, the more
I think he
we will
needs a new
project into
wig.
the world, and the more peaceful our planet will be. And I thought that was an idea.
I was going to say he has a great head of hair.
That's a wig.
He's got the old school soccer cut, you know, from the UK.
Yeah, sure.
It reminds me of like an old school European like rock band haircut. Like
Yeah.
the Beatles.
Yeah.
Old school.
Or he's got a wig. I don't know. It's like I said, you know, you're pretty spot on. You know, he's a great he's great at entertainment, but he really sucks at his analogies and his
analysis.
points analysis. Thank you.
Yeah, he talks about 20 years of research, man. I was like, well,
yeah,
it seems like a research stopped at some point.
20
when the
years
internet
of
came out.
Yeah, 20 years of research, but yet he still doesn't know algebra, or doesn't know that he knows algebra.
Yeah, well, I see. That's why you have to constantly be going back and re-vetting your ideas and kind of like updating it, making sure that you're still, those are still valid points. That's what you always have to do, the reassessment. A lot of people just get trapped into this mindset and they never expand from it. That's what a lot of these conspiracy grifters are like. They're trapped in these mindsets and they refuse to get out of it. I figured it all out a long time ago. I've been doing this for a long time too, but I still go back and reassess what I believe. I still go back and re-listen to things like we're doing now and take a different look and perspective on things. Maybe I can improve this. Maybe I can optimize what I know. And that's why it's more important to me to know the truth than be right. I'd rather know the truth than be right. That's the philosophy that'll keep your mind free of being trapped in these rabbit holes.
Yep.
And that is someone experiencing what I'm saying here, that we are decoders of information, and this is an illusion. It is a decoded holographic illusion. And this bridge, the corpus callosum, is a target for those that manipulate us big time. When we take psychoactive drugs, I did it twice, about 2003. It was quite an experience, but I don't feel the need to do it again. What is happening is it's affecting the way our brain, mind, bodies decode reality. And it is opening up a wider range of frequencies. And
why does he have Joe Biden on a bike?
Oh my God, I thought that was Joe Biden too. I didn't want to say anything because I want.
It's not.
I know it's not, but I
thought it
wanted
was.
to say that.
I thought it was too, but then once I looked close, I was like, no, that's just some random old guy on a bicycle.
If it was Joe Biden, the bike, he'd be falling off the bike, right?
Yeah.
His head would be on the bike.
Yeah. No, his head would have already exploded by then.
That's why we experience extraordinary things. How can this be? This is not real. No, it's not real here, but it is real. And other times you access frequencies that are so far out there, the left brain can't work it out. I call it bugger me time, bugger this, I can't work this out. And you get these kind of amazing concepts and energies and consciousness coming at you, and the left brain's trying to work it out. Well, you got to decode it into something, and it's like, all right, it's a turquoise eagle eating a Big Mac. Okay, I'll do that. And then you go, hey man, I had a incredible trip last night. I saw this big turquoise eagle. It was eating a Big Mac. No, that was bugger me time. It couldn't work it out, mate. What was going on? And this is the target. The left brain, the soldiers on the door. This is a key to understanding this conspiracy. The whole of society is structured to turn people into left brain prisoners who experience reality through that version of perception. Apartness, division, I am Charlie Smith. I must jump over everybody. To succeed, I must be a success. People must say you're successful. That's my identity. That's my sense of self. And so what they do, look at the system. If you want to progress within the system, this left brain society we live in, then you have to be very, very good at passing exams. You go to school, you pass exams. And what are you doing in exams? You're taking information given to you, you're putting it in the left brain, you're holding it, you're regurgitating it out on an exam paper.
But you can't.
By telling the system what
you
it's
can't
told
do
you
that
to believe.
Because we're all energy. So there's no storage of a brain because the brain doesn't exist, because the brain would be a physical thing. So he's already run into a conundrum there. Because if we're all energy, the brain wouldn't be storing anything.
Yeah. Well, it's all an illusion.
Yeah. If it's all an illusion and you're just nothing but pure energy, viewing yourself from a long, long way away, the brain does nothing. It doesn't exist. It's an illusion. So it does left, right doesn't matter.
Right. We can just reprogram it anyways, right?
Yeah.
Good at that, you go to university. If you're really good at that, you go to Oxford University or Cambridge or Yale or somewhere, unless you've got a few quid, in which case you go anyway, like George Bush. Anyway.
That's funny.
And then you choose your speciality. If you're very, very good at university, it's passing exams, boom, 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 then you get great degrees, and then you get your speciality, and you go into being a doctor or being a scientist and being even a politician, all these people. And then therefore, all these people that are in the positions of power within the institutions that control and dictate the reality and direction of society are all, by the time they get there, fully paid up prisoners of the left-sodding brain. That's why scientists can't get it, most of the mainstream ones, because they're so in here. How can they understand concepts of reality in here? They can't. That's rubbish. I can't see it, taste it, hear it, or feel it, so it can't exist. But it does. No, it can't exist. And I'm a scientist. I'm clever.
But isn't his whole premise that none of this exists?
Exactly. That's been my point. So the body, the physical body doesn't really matter, is what he already said. It doesn't exist. It's all an illusion. We're all a physical energy.
And we're in a system.
So why? Yeah. Go ahead.
Supposed to be dividing us. Well, no, we're in a system that's supposed to be dividing us, right? So I'm trying to get my head around it too. It's like the so it's an illusion that's caused by division because of a system that is designed to divide us from the oneness. Does that sound right?
Yes. But it's an illusion.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
There you go. Well, it's important to know this so that we can do what? We'll find out.
But he can sell books.
Well, yeah, we're gonna find out who's behind all this.
Because if you watch this and you can disseminate it, the whole of what he's saying, the problem that you run into is if you're sitting there, you're listening to this guy talk, and you're just like, yeah, this part makes sense, and then he moves on to something else, and he tries to tie it in, and if you were to watch the very first part of this and watch the very last part of this, like completely separate from one another, it would make no sense whatsoever, because he would be talking complete gibberish from what he was saying at the very beginning.
Yeah, but now you're an hour and a half into this thing. You've been sitting there for a while. You're really taking in by it because you got a lot of agreement up front, and now he's throwing on these really wild concepts that you barely have time to think about before he's on to the next thing.
Exactly.
But he's going to tell us who's behind all this, so you guys got to stick around and make sure you find out who's doing this, because he's going to let us know.
But they can't be behind it because it's all energy.
Oh yes, that's the big secret, though. He's gonna make it. He'll make it make sense somehow, right? Or not?
I'm sure.
Look at society. You'll see more as the months go on. You are looking at a society designed to put the centuries across the entrance to that. So this doesn't talk to itself, and they don't become whole-brain people. We become prisoners, and that prison is the prison of the left brain. That's what it is, essentially.
But if it's energy, I'm not prisoner.
René Descartes, the French philosopher and mathematician, said this about finding a way.
Never trust
to
a mathematician if you can't do algebra.
I think, therefore I am. I would take it a stage further, and I would say at the body consciousness level, I compute, therefore I am. What we've been subjected to is mass hypnosis.
Sure.
Right here.
Mass
there
hypnosis,
you go.
Just like the stage hypnotist and the stooges on the stage, where
right
the
here,
hypnotist puts
in front of you,
the stooge a programmed version of reality, a belief in reality.
Oh
and then what happens is that belief edits reality to fit the belief. So suddenly they see an elephant in the audience. There's no elephant in the audience, but there is in their reality. They taste a potato and eat a potato and taste an apple, because although the electrical signal of the taste of the potato has gone to the brain, the imposed belief, the program,
it does not
recodes.
Don't they say that if you close your eyes and you take a bite out of like the same temperature of a potato and an apple, it's the same texture anyways, and you couldn't tell the difference?
correct.
Okay.
Well, at least until you taste it, right?
No, if
I
they're
mean,
the
we
same
did.
temperature, you won't notice it.
No, that even
Okay.
beyond taste, I think you won't notice the difference.
All right. Well, I have a confession to make. I have been blindfolded before, and had to. I can't remember how the choice was made, but I had to choose between. I had to answer a question, and if I got the question, if I answered it right, I got a bite of an apple. If I answered it wrong, I got a bite of an onion.
I don't like where this is going.
And I could tell the difference.
Well, but that's an onion.
That's an onion.
No, but what I'm saying
Oh.
is it's specifically the texture and the makeup of apples and potatoes are so the same that even when, because if you take away your sense of sight, and so you can't tell that one is red and one is round and one is oblong, if you cut it up into a circle or a piece of square, the same piece, and put both of them in your mouth at the same time, you're not going to be able to tell a difference.
Okay, we'll have to try that out.
I don't know if it's true. I just have heard that.
I have also. I'm not going to be eating any potatoes. Let's put it this way. If you put an apple under your nose while biting them both, they will both taste like an apple, because your nose will overpower the very bland tasting potato. There you go.
Okay.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
How many people are going to try this now? How many people are going to try this now? Come on, the curiosity.
Potato.
I have both.
T3's already in the kitchen cutting stuff up. She's like, I got to try this.
So which one am I doing? Am I smelling the potato and eating the apple, or am I smelling the apple and eating the potato?
Smell the apple, eat the potato.
Why not smell the potato and eat the apple and see if it tastes like potato?
Is the premise that there's no smell or taste to a potato, so the apple will overpower it, but the potato wouldn't overpower the apple?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, this guy's. I've seen every single thing that he has gotten wrong, and he's just. It's almost like he can't believe that these people are falling for it, because he doesn't even believe his own bullshit. It's like those people that try to run the pyramid scheme, and they say, "This isn't a pyramid scheme. It's a scheme like this." You're here. Yeah, you're here at the bottom, and you're working your way up to the top. I mean, they do not even believe their own BS.
That signal into the taste of a apple. The person is tasting an apple while eating a potato, because this is what MSG does in food. They call it a flavor enhancer. What is it? It tricks the brain.
It's monosodium glutamate.
Is actually in the food. That's what it is.
Salt.
And we're dealing with a mass version of hypnosis on the people of this world. Paul McKenna, he's a hypnotist and works with the mind of people, television shows and stuff like that. I watched, maybe I saw this.
But you don't need to do all this stuff to have a mass hypnosis or illusion. You just have to control information.
Yes.
It used to be on the internet. I don't know if you can see it now, but it was from the Top Gear program on BBC.
He's got his Dodge cars out again.
And if you haven't seen it, what happened was this guy, Richard Hammond, he was put under hypnosis by McKenna. And the first part of it was they were out filming at a racetrack. And of course, once you're put into a trance, a programmed reality, you lose the memory of being put into the programmed reality. That's how it works. Nothing's happened to you in your mind. So Hammond's just about to get in a car to drive McKenna around the track, and McKenna just went like that with his fingers, and Hammond went, boom, gone. And McKenna said to him, when I bring you back to a waking state or words to that effect, you're not going to be able to know anything about how to drive a car. He's come back. He has no idea that's happened. Sits in the car, got the key in his hand, doesn't know what to do with it. Completely lost. Doesn't know the first thing about driving a car. So they come back to the studio live here, and they have a laugh about it and everything, and Hammond thinks it's all over. But, you know, McKenna's sitting there and everything. And then McKenna does the same thing in the studio. Hammond, and he tells him that this car, this toy car, is actually his real Porsche 911 Turbo or something, some flash bloody car. And he goes over and he gets into it, thinking this is his real car. That's what's going on in his mind as he decodes reality. And then Jeremy Clarkson drives this one into the side of this one. He reacts as if he's just pranged his real car. Why? Because reality is being decoded in his mind. And to him, it's real. And that's what's happening to us all the time. We're asleep. We're in a trance. And that's why it's so appropriate when people say, I'm waking up now. I can
It's
see
a
it.
hoax.
As Voltaire said, so long as the people do not care to exercise their freedom, those who wish to tyrannize will do so. For tyrants are active and ardent and will devote themselves in the name of any number of gods, religious or otherwise, to put shackles upon sleeping men.
Just like he's doing to these
people. You
people.
must have sleeping men and women, and that's what the whole deal has been about. You are getting sleepy.
It doesn't work.
Sleepy.
I mean, I'm
Good
sleepy
evening.
because
Now
it's
tonight's
late.
news. These people are hypnotists, don't realize it. They're programming a reality by repetition of a version of reality that they pound out on their mainstream news all the time. We are.
Now there's your sprinkle of truth, right?
Yeah.
There's your sprinkle of truth.
We see things not as they are, but as we are.
Well, and if you rewind it a little bit, you'll see that he had a midget on there. You don't have to go back very far. Yeah, he had a midget.
I'll screw it up.
Just all you have to do is hit your left arrow a couple of times.
Oh.
Keep going. Right there, midget.
Interesting.
He is totally a midget. He is an illusion. If you ever see that's Wolf Blitzer. If you ever see a picture, all you have to do is search Wolf Blitzer standing next to somebody, and you'll realize that the guy's probably like 4'9" or something. He's tiny.
Wow.
He's like.
If you come back, and if you come back Sunday at 7 p.m. for old school watch party Sundays, in Cyborg, we'll be talking about this gentleman as well as another one that it might have been part of a little operation called Operation Paperclip, and we'll be seeing how all that works. Like I said, when you have this kind of mechanism going, you can control reality pretty well. That's why we gotta know better, see through it, and be winning reality, right?
Of a version of reality that they pound out on their mainstream news all the time. We see things not as they are, but as we are. The conspiracy in a line. The idea is to get us to think that we are the person we see reflected in the mirror. No, that's the vehicle we're using to experience this reality. This is who we are. Division is what they want. A sense of oneness is what they don't want. And oneness, not just between humans, but between everything. You know, the ancients talked about, and some people still talk about today, about going and experiencing the spirit of a mountain or something. And of course, the left brain scientists, you can't experience the spirit of a mountain. It's a pile of rock, because that's what the left brain sees it. And yet, a mountain is just energy consciousness, and that's a holographic version of it that we see on the physical level. So you can interact with that, just as you can interact with plants. This is Virginia, Credo Mutwa's wife, and she's got a herbal garden, and she talks to her plants. And she puts little coins next to them in thanks when she's taken bits off them to use in herbal remedies and stuff. And of course, left brain is to go, what's the plant going to do with the money? Is it going to buy beer? It's stupid, you know. No, it's energy. It's a representation of energy.
If it were a representation of energy, wouldn't you give the plant something that it could take or feed off of, not like a coin?
Yeah, that's like some superstitious stuff going on there. It
ain't
a logical helper to the plant. I mean, it's not anything. It's just someone that believes something they heard and they're trying it, right? Or they believe themselves it works because they want it to. But it really, it's just it's a gimmick. It's cosplay. It's cosplay. It's a skit, you know. It's kind of like when the pagans all gather out in the woods. They go, okay, now let's all hold hands and thank the wind goddess, right? And it's just like, there ain't no wind goddess, bro. You know, but if everybody believes it, you know, it'll sound good and everybody will get a nice little feeling off of it. But yeah, there's no wind goddess there waiting to accept your gratitude.
Oh, stupid. We are consciousness. We are energy.
I've also seen that Wolf Blitzer is 5'8", but I've seen pictures. I'm pretty sure it's him standing next to somebody else where he just looks like a midget next to him.
Find us a good picture, man.
I don't know. I'm horrible at that.
Okay.
Oh. Where are we? Where are we? We are in our own minds, basically. We are in our own heads, symbolically. We are decoding reality in our own minds. It's not out there, it's in here. We are
Sleep is for cowards.
Frequency fields and vibrational fields, and we are, through the brain, turning them into a holographic reality that does not exist out there. Holograms appear to exist in space, but they don't. Holograms you buy in the shops. This hologram doesn't have space either.
I want space holograms.
We are decoding it into a holographic television station within the frequency of visible light. We talk about seeing is believing, but it ain't. Believing is seeing, because what we believe affects what we decode and therefore what we see. There's that great line in the Matrix movie where the Neo character is saying to the Morpheus character, what is real? And Morpheus says words to the effect of, what is real? If you're talking about what we can see, touch, taste, hear, etc., then real is just electrical signals interpreted by your mind. That's absolutely what we're doing, because the five senses decode vibrational frequencies and then send those signals to the brain, and it's the brain that decodes them into the reality we think we're experiencing. So
okay, so if the brain is like a computer, all right, is Windows the operating system you have or whatever you're using, is that real? Or is it an interpretation of the computer? What the computers do? I mean, this is like where again, you kind of his analogies are starting to kind of conflict here a little bit. And then,
yeah.
Hypnotists can manipulate reality in their various forms. The visual cortex areas of the brain do it in relationship to the eyes. What we think is out there actually exists, symbolically anyway, in our head. As the neurons fire in a certain sequence, they create reality based on our belief. Now, if we got open minds, we can be decoding vast, vast realities and be multidimensional in our perception and awareness. We can be in this world physically, but not of this world in terms of our point of perception. Therefore, we're going to see the world in a completely different way to those stuck in left brain consciousness. Or we can get caught in the eggshells, in which case we are decoding a very small band of frequencies, which makes us think we live in a world of limitation. We exist as an energy construct. These are the vortex points, the colors here.
Oh yeah, the vortex points. Your chakras.
Yes, that's highly important. I love that picture of that woman walking.
I'll give her a chakra. Just walk up with a cattle prod, hit all her shock points.
You notice that David hasn't updated his presentation since the 80s.
Apparently
or
not.
Yeah, whatever. What was Bush? I guess late 90s. Is this a late 90s haircut? Late 90s haircut?
That
Maybe.
is definitely a lot. Well, let's see. It would have to be the 90s because he's talking about the Matrix.
Yeah.
You know, anytime they come out with a sci-fi movie that's something like that, oh my gosh, then it's on.
He did have a picture of McCain, Obama, and Hillary though, so it was at least 09, 2010.
Yeah, so someone said 2011.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, here we go.
But
that's
totally most of it has stuck in the 80s and 90s.
Yes. Yeah, she's like, I'm not giving up my haircut. Screw you guys.
Light in the Sanskrit language.
2001.
The vortex points in the body. When this goes through the decoding process, it becomes the holographic image we see as a human being. But we only exist in this form when we've been through that decoding process. In this book, The Holographic Universe, great book where he pulls together
Buy it now.
Talbot, the scientific information supporting the idea.
Buy it now.
Great hologram.
Buy this book.
He tells a story in here, which is so brilliant. That's why I do tell it quite often, because it's so symbolic of what I'm talking about. He attended a party which his father had, and he had a state hypnotist along to do party tricks for the guests. There came a point where the hypnotist is dealing with this guy called Tom, and he said to him, he's doing through the tricks, and then he said to him, when I bring you back to a waking state, you're not going to be able to see your daughter in the room. At which point, the hypnotist led the daughter to stand right in front of the father who's looking in her belly. He brings him out of to a waking state, or apparently so, and he says, Tom, can you see your daughter? Tom's looking around. No, I can't see her. She's giggling. He can't hear her. The hypnotist went behind the daughter, put his hand in the small of her back and said, I'm holding something, Tom. What am I holding? He looked bemused because it was so obvious to him. He said, you're holding a watch. He says, there's an inscription on the watch, Tom. Can you read it? He peered forward, read the inscription. His daughter standing between him and the watch. Now, from a left brain perspective, Professor Richard Dawkins at Oxford University or something, that's impossible.
Or something.
You're one of these charlatans. But of course, from a left brain perspective, it's not possible. But when you realize the nature of reality, it is possible. Why? Because his daughter is an energetic construct on that level. And unless her father decodes her energetic field into a holographic representation he sees as his daughter, she ain't going to exist in his reality. Everything else in the room is, because he's doing that to everything else. But the hypnotist has implanted into the brain the belief that the daughter is not in the room. So just like in China, where they firewall off the internet, his brain gets firewalled off from decoding that field. So she doesn't come into holographic reality. She doesn't occupy what we call space. He's going to be able to see what's behind her, because in his reality, she ain't there on that frequency range we call the physical world. We think the world is physical. Let's come to that physical. Oh, it's so solid. Oh, yeah, walk into a wall, bang, it's solid. Don't tell me it ain't solid. But it can't be. It can't be.
Oh, I bet it is. Pause for a second, because I guarantee you, if you told that guy that you're never going to see another wall, you'll be able to just walk through this doorway. If that guy's so hypnotized, I guarantee you, he walks into that wall, he's not passing through the wall.
Yeah, he'll wake up real fast. Kane does that.
You know, it's this is where it falls apart. Oh, he can't see her electrical field. Well, trust me, if he reaches out, why don't you reach out and touch that watch? Because I guarantee you, reach out, you touch it, you're going to see that's actually a person there. It's BS, and he knows it's BS.
Well, he's saying that we're blocked from it, so that's how he validates, justifies what he's saying. So, yeah. But we're gonna get to who's blocking it, man. So hang out, it's coming.
Tell us. And atoms have no solidity. How can an atom that has no solidity make up this solid world. It can't, and it doesn't, because the world isn't solid. This is why when scientists have this bewildered conundrum between non-physical atoms making up a physical world, how can it be? Well, I can help them out. There is no physical world to make up. The atoms are part of the decoding process of turning vibrational fields and vibrational information into holographic form in our heads or in our minds. We make holograms, of course, in studios like this one. And for those who haven't come across it, what happens is you've got an object that you want to do a holographic photograph of. You have a laser beam. Part of it is diverted across the object you want to photograph. Part of the beam is taken away and hits this photographic film, where it meets the other part of the beam carrying the vibrational information of the image. It's like two waves in water coming and colliding. When you have, they call it interference, an interference.
For a guy that can't do algebra, this could be easily explained.
When you throw,
you know, if he just learned algebra, he could easily explain this. Just saying.
Two pebbles in a pond, where the waves they make collide is a vibrational representation of those two stones, their weight, their size, and where they dropped in relationship to each other. And that's the same principle as holographic film. It looks like fingerprints and stuff. It seems to have no form, no clarity, but you then fire a laser beam at this and bingo. An apparently three-dimensional image of what's been photographed appears before your eyes, appearing to occupy space, but not. These are all holograms.
Does occupy space.
Ones can look as solid as you and me.
It's just on a different wavelength.
These are all holograms with no space, no 3D, just the appearance of it. There's the Queen, holographic.
No, they're still there.
Photograph of the Queen. Very appropriate when we get to the second half.
The photograph is absolutely real.
Queen's a lizard.
I'm starting to wonder if this is going to hit where we need to go. So I'm getting a backup plan together. I didn't get to see the whole thing.
These are not very good holograms, but you see how they could appear three-dimensional. Planets. You know, we can have three-dimensional things now on computer games. And that's what we're doing. Taking vibrational information and decoding it into a holographic world that appears to be out there, but isn't. So in a decoded state, this is what the world looks like. In an undecoded state, they are energetic vibrational fields. This reality has a number of levels, the coded and decoded levels. So we're living in a virtual reality game, basically. Of great sophistication. And when we know that, we can enjoy it. When we don't know that, we can become enslaved by it. And we have been. And scientists, it's funny you see, because these scientists, left-brainers, there are now some real
start telling dumb people that they're part of a simulation game and see what they start doing.
Right brain, and they're very impressive people. But and they're starting to get this now. But the left-brainers, I mean, it's like, you know in the pantomimes, where someone's standing on the stage and someone, like a monster or something, comes behind them. And the audience is going, he's behind you. And they turn around, and the other person turns around with them, and they're going, there's nobody there. He's behind. It's like that with science. Because
no, it's not.
These realities.
He's trying to talk science and then debunk all the science that he's talking about. Just like he's saying, oh, scientifically, this, and this. And well, that's not how science works, because let me tell you, science is just like an illusion.
Their brain is decoding it into a holographic, apparently solid world. But they can't get at it because everything they touch, everything they look at, boom, it's hologram, boom, it's hologram, it's solid, it's real. So this is why scientists have to open their consciousness if they're going to get to the deep levels that we're talking about today. The other great characteristic of a hologram is that every part of the hologram contains a smaller
How
version
did he get
of the
my school
whole.
picture from when I was in like 3rd grade?
So if you cut a holographic print,
Oh, he's good.
those wavy
Yeah.
frequency fields, the interference pattern into 4, and you
It's
fire
not
a
you, it's
laser
me.
into 4 pieces, you don't get a quarter-size part of the whole picture. You get a quarter-size version of the whole picture. Everything is a smaller version of the whole. And that is why this works and what it's based on, if people started to realize it. Things like reflexology and acupuncture and these other
God, not this.
They
No.
can find parts of the body. This is reflexology, acupuncture is the same. That
It's a hoax.
reflect
We know he's
different
jumping the
parts
rabbit,
of the body,
the shark
the
here,
bigger
man.
parts of the body, so they can treat the heart from a point on the foot or the
You
hand.
can't.
Different parts of the ear. You can.
I don't
Any
know.
comments on acupuncture? Let's hit it.
I was told when I was pregnant that you have to avoid pedicures because there's a certain part of your foot that can like send you into premature labor. So I don't know. Maybe it's not all hocus pocus.
There definitely are some kind of things with the foot, I think, that are connected to the nervous system, but I'm not a doctor, and this is not medical advice, nor is it aviational advice.
All I'm saying is that if reflexology, acupuncture, all of these new age cures are so great, then why haven't people been cured of cancer, brain tumors, issues with mental instability? It is an absolute hoax.
I don't think it addresses those. It might not address chronic illnesses like that, but I think there is some connection within the body to the foot. Again, I'm not a.
That's my point. That right there is my point, because you know, if you're going with a belief that it's going to help you, I've known too many people that are like this. That they whenever you've got family that believes they need to go to a chiropractor to get an adjustment to make them feel better, when all they would have to do is just change their diet and they would feel better. That's what I'm talking about, is there's a certain level of this BS that, and do you know what it takes for you to become a reflexologist?
An online course.
Money. You spend the money, you can become a certified reflexologist. All of the and I'm sorry if you have the belief that it works and it works for you, more power to you. But I will always believe it is a hoax, and I avoid it like I avoid it like I do doctors. Your general practitioners, I avoid them too. So, because what I'm not ill, but I'm going to go see you once a year. Why am I going to see you again? So you can tell me that I need to lose weight, that my cholesterol is high, that I'm going to die in a few days, because what are you telling me? What do you got for me? You know, things that I could take care of myself. You go whenever you like snap your finger and break that, you know, can you reset this? Cause well, I don't know how to do it. Sorry. Yes. Lex. Placebo effect.
Different parts of the body from a point on the ear. Of course you can. It has to be like that because the body is a hologram, and so the ear is a smaller version of the whole in the way it works. We have this thing, this line that people say, oh, everything's as above, so below. Yes, because it's a hologram. So this is why the human energy field is mirrored by the Earth's energy field, because it's a hologram, and every part of the whole at all the different levels is a smaller version of the whole. What we're living in is a holographic internet, as I call it. If you look at what we call the internet, which we use on our computers, the only place the internet exists in the form that we perceive the internet, websites and graphics and colors and texts, is on the computer screen. It's the only place it exists in that form. Everywhere else, it's electrical circuits, mathematics, on-off electrical signals, all the rest of it. Same with television. The only place that television exists as we perceive it is on the screen. Everywhere else, it's frequency fields, mathematics, and electrical systems. And it's the same with us. Jean Fourier, a Frenchman, he developed something called the Fourier transform, which allowed pictures to be turned into frequency fields, broadcast, and then decoded into pictures. That's basically what our brain is doing on a vastly more sophisticated level. So what is the matrix, this holographic internet we live in or think we live in? We are part of its projection. It is energetic information. That's what it is. And we decode that information, and what we decode and how we decode it decides our experienced reality. Decides what we experience. We are crystals, basically. And so often, of course, in receiver transmitting, you see the use of crystals. The membrane of every cell, and we have trillions of them, is a crystalline substance. DNA is a crystalline substance. This is the membrane of a cell. And electrical signals make these gates open and close, letting in what's good for the cell, keeping out what's bad for the cell, etc., etc. Which is why when we get involved in disruptive electrical and electromagnetic situations, these can open and close at the wrong times and lead to ill health. But we are crystals, and we are transmitter receivers of information. And this was an article on DNA that I read. From the characteristic form of this giant molecule, a wound double helix, the DNA represents an ideal electromagnetic antennae. Yes, of course it does. On one hand, it is elongated and thus a blade which can take up very well electrical pulses. On the other hand, seen from above, it has the form of a ring and thus is a very magnetical antennae. Don Juan, I think his name was, the shaman source of the Carlos Castaneda books, is quoted as saying this: we are perceivers.
Don Juan
was
was someone else.
We are not objects. We have no solidity.
Like he
we
was
are boundless.
into the.
We, or rather our
Juan
reason,
was the
forget
ladies'
this,
man.
and thus we entrap the totality of ourselves in a vicious circle from which we rarely emerge in our lifetime. And we don't do that because we're not meant to. Society is structured to keep us there. And these
the picture of from the Matrix,
programming information, sense of belief, the poisons we get in food and drink, religions that mess with our minds and close down our awareness, education and all this other stuff, medical drugs are affecting the decoding of this information, what we decode, how we decode it, and what range we decode. And at the level of the real manipulators, that's coldly, calculatedly done to put us in a vibrational prison we call a world. Bewildered world, going through it. What the hell is it all about? I don't understand. This is symbolic of the world we live in. For a body, computers. And we tap into this World Wide Web, you might call the cosmic internet, the holographic internet. And it's not, this is symbolic, the wires between them, because it ain't like that. It's like this. This Brixton Academy has wireless internet. It's here, everywhere, around us. We can't see it. It's not affecting our perception at all. But if I tune this computer to that Wi-Fi wireless internet, on that screen will suddenly appear that internet, that reality. And what we're living in, where are we, is a holographic internet, and that information exists everywhere around us, and we're decoding it unknowingly, though not now, increasingly, into this reality we think is the world. And so you had that scene in the Matrix movie, the first one, where Morpheus says, the Matrix is everywhere. It's all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell, taste,
But
or
he's
touch.
taking it all out of context because that's not what the Matrix was about.
Like a
Caitlin doesn't know
internet,
this.
which we're decoding.
Oh, we got to watch that.
And we can decode
That's what I'm saying.
vast areas of this internet.
I'm sorry.
Or, as they do in China,
it is well worth it.
Firewalled off, so
It really
we
is.
only access that which suits those in control. And that's basically what's happened to us, not least through genetic manipulation.
Come on, Ike.
So what is reality? It's the frequency range that we are decoding, and it's how we are decoding it. So when you got miracles, there are no miracles. No such thing. There's only understanding reality more than you are when you perceive them as miracles. How can it be that you can walk through fire in a certain state of consciousness and not get burned, and you can walk through fire in another state of consciousness and be in the ambulance in 10 minutes? It's simply your connection, your interaction with reality is different. If you believe, and it's programmed into the software, that if you put your hand in fire, it will burn, it will burn. But if you can go to another level of consciousness that's beyond that, then you can walk through fire and not get burned, as many people do.
This is bad advice. They are not talking to you.
Do not believe this. This is bad advice. Bad advice.
This is like those videos where they're like, so, hun, she's not talking to you. You can walk away from this. That is exactly what it reminds me of. Do not pretend that fire will not burn you.
No.
Just decoding reality in a different way. And we have the potential to decode a sodden paradise, which is why this has been kept from us. In the Matrix movie, there is no spoon.
Jesus Christ, stop
the
quoting the
spoon
Matrix
that is only
movie.
yourself, exactly.
Jesus.
I saw this. Where there is love, there is pain. Bollocks. Bollocks. Only if you believe there is. We are looking at a world of people imprisoned by their own perception of reality.
At this point, I just want to get a baseball bat and start kneecapping him and say, there's no pain.
Blake said, if
there's no pain, right?
If were cleansed, everything would appear to man and woman as it is, infinite. I think, therefore I am, said Descartes. I compute, therefore I am, on a body consciousness level. I am, therefore I am, in terms of infinite consciousness. That's who we are. What's your name? Everything you can ever think of. And just go through this before. I've loved
more Matrix shit.
Well, purely by bloody accident, mine.
All right. Look,
this guy's so fucking wrong on so many fucking levels.
Quite a ride, isn't it? Like from going from here to here. It's like you start off like, yeah, pretty good. Okay, now this is not right. Okay, I'm thinking now it's like, I want to kill him.
No, I don't want to kill him. I just want to kneecap him. He's saying there is no pain. You won't feel any pain. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you get your hypnotist and I will kneecap you and you tell me if you don't feel any fucking pain.
If a venomous
Jesus.
snake bites you, it's not gonna do anything in his world.
Then
Right?
Don't worry. I got a blowtorch. I'll set him on fire too and see how no pain, right? You're just an illusion. This is not real. Jesus. Oh my God.
Well, I don't think, man. I think this guy lied in the credits. Let's see if we can get to some freaking reptilians in this thing, man.
I was
There
gonna
is
say,
no
I think Winning
reptilians.
lied to me. There's no lizards.
I don't want to let anybody down, man. No, I have some backups, man. But I'm just like
It is late.
this jackass and who wrote this. Let's see. Hold on. It looks like he gets into something here. Let's just try to get past this Matrix part. So I don't need any more Matrix references.
Oh, Jesus.
Mathematics, they've got a way when you look as above, so below. The
Oh.
Earth is an energetic construct in the same way that we are, and in lines, whatever, and it out again. Yeah. The Earth grid equals X and structures and temples.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's trying to do algebra.
No algebra is allowed.
Oh, the
Fibonacci
Fibonacci
sequence.
sequence. I know what that is.
The
wanna hear about
Fibonacci
that?
sequence is you add the
It's
two
an
numbers
illusion.
together to get the next one. And this sequence you find throughout nature and throughout
Okay, we get that. I know. We know this.
formation.
We know. Math allowed.
It's a bad wig.
Astrology is chemistry. It's like
Did it
same
move?
with astrology that are around that affects our through
Yeah,
the
this guy.
in a
I'm
different
gonna
This guy would
kill
be
this guy.
this guy
form
would
at
be
another
selling
time
you
in the cycle
freaking
that will carry a
Bitcoin.
different vibrational field, and therefore
Okay, now you know
interact with
him. Right, now you know him.
planets in a different way. And these forces, these same forces, are what hold planets in the positions
Hold
they're
on, I
in.
gotta refresh this.
And when those forces change or move, so do the planets. So, as we finish this first section, what is reality?
It
Yeah,
is
that's
winning. That's what reality is. Reality is winning.
It sure is. I'll say okay. The yeah, like I said, this is I mean, literally, this thing goes on all day long. I can't. Why would you put that in the title, dude? All right, here, hold on. Let's see.
They lied to you. They lied to all of us.
No, but I have some short
God.
explanations. We're gonna get to it. I can't let Katelyn down. Hold on. Just stop this.
She wants lizard people, damn it.
I know.
This is what I was promised.
If you want to, I'll just be a meat sack.
I'm
for
not.
you. How's
This is
that?
not a bacon. This is not a bait and switch. All right, hold on.
That was more like Men in Black.
Right. Let me see.
The
Hold
guy
on.
who comes out of his little outfit.
All right.
What is reality? Well, I'd say it's an idea, an enigma, really.
No.
Clickbait. Clickbait.
Literally said reptilian humanoids.
God damn it.
in
When are we?
description.
We were promised lizard peoples.
Man, I have watched entire things of this, just going, dang, man, this guy. Let's see where he was trying to go. You know, it takes so long for him to get there. Okay.
Reality is a fake Newton of your magic onion.
Yes.
All right. So this dude is going to explain it for us. Okay. And here we go. This is only 13 minutes.
Okay.
It won't be very long.
We can handle 13 minutes.
This will help. This will help Shizzy put the bat down. All right. Oh man. Okay.
Won't stop me from lifting the damn bottle though.
Right. This guy's kind of funny too. So good thing. See, someone asked me the other night if I normally have backup plans on my backup plans. So
That's
now
a
you're
good thing
seeing
you
it in real
did.
time. Right.
Look at a conspiracy theory that seems to be the most outlandish ever devised and is believed by 12 million Americans. The idea
12 million?
that some
Whoa.
people,
12 million. That's a small amount.
people at all,
I just
Go
want to
ahead.
know where he got the light bulb for his
Lizards
lava lamp because those
that look
things
like
went out
people.
of production in like 99.
No, they didn't. You can still get
What I'm
bulbs
saying.
for your lava lamp.
Deliver it in one line. Oh, you know, the world's run by reptiles. You meet it on one level. Oh, that's crazy.
David Icke is more or less the father of the modern
Nice
lizard
intro.
people theory and its derivatives. The idea of lizards that are human-like and that may wish to infiltrate human society crops up in mythology and fiction world over. Perhaps most notably, Robert E. Howard's The Shadow Kingdom, published in 1929, is about serpent men ruling in secret by replacing important humans with lookalikes. Icke was a well-known TV presenter in the UK in the 90s when he started hearing voices. He says,
When we think, it is not a vacuum. When we think, we create an energy field. This is how telepathy works.
he began to write about global
Just
conspiracy,
telepathy works.
attracting charges
Yeah.
of anti-Semitism along the way by saying things like, a small Jewish clique made the First and Second World War happen. He also claimed that the world would end in 1997. Also, according to David Icke, 9/11 was, probably the Jews. In 1999, 2 years after the world ended, Icke published a book called The Biggest Secret.
This is his big book
It
right
claimed, among many other things, that humans are, well, the same thing is happening as in the Shadow Kingdom, but the serpent men are from outer space, live deep underground, and occupy a different dimension. Sort of. You see, sound resonates our bodies into forms. That's how reptilians can shapeshift, because they can utilize the fourth dimension. Sound. But let's not get lost in the details. The essence of David Icke's wild ride is that the lizard people are among us, eating human meat and sacrificing human children, all so they can continue to resonate in the fourth dimension. Sound. Now, I'm going to leave behind David Icke. He is surely the loudest voice in this particular conspiracy theory, but to me, it makes much more sense for him than for people who believe in what he says. At one point, it may have seemed as though he was throwing away his career as a TV presenter, but because of his ideas and his eagerness to share them, he has become very famous and very able to shift copy. There's all sorts of reasons to peddle these things, but buying into them is a different phenomena. The proof essentially is people look weird. Look at Liz Windsor here. Doesn't she look weird? This woman's eyes are lit weirdly, and when she moves them, it also looks weird. People look weird. Of course, belief in the reptilian conspiracy is on the extreme end of conspiracy theories, but the underlying mechanism behind the belief is the same.
Always, right after Bilderberg, you then see their talking points being regurgitated at G8, G20, being pushed by the media outlets they own and control.
It comes from commonly made logical fallacies and is based on faithful belief despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. If you look at flat earthers, you may find an enormous amount of writing with physical equations and explanations setting out that the earth is flat in seemingly scientific terms. But really, they have nothing. There is nothing to have. But they do have the veneer of some sort of alternative understanding of physics. With writing and chatter around the lizard people, there isn't even that. There is no evidence, really, evidence to the contrary. If there was a lizard people conspiracy to control the world for evil, why wouldn't they do something about David Icke? In Historian of
Right?
Science, Michael Shermer's book, the longest title ever told, The Believing Brain, From Ghosts and Gods to Politics and Conspiracies, How We Construct Beliefs and Reinforce Them as Truths, no, not really, Shermer talks about paternicity and agenticity. Paternicity is the tendency to look for and see meaningful patterns in meaningless noise. It's been proven in laboratory conditions, presumably by people holding biros at considered angles, that people will see patterns in things even where there are no patterns, especially if they have been primed to see that pattern. A friend of Steve's used to know an anthropologist who studied just that, and he would talk to people who saw patterns over and over everywhere. And one of these people would frequently email him banal-looking screenshots of TV shows and photos he'd taken of billboards and photos he'd taken of print media, and he'd claim that in the images he'd taken, they were hidden penises. He thought that the
There
world
are.
media had clubbed together to insert hidden
Disney.
Maybe that's what you want to see,
almost
Shizzy.
all media
Hold on.
to
Pause.
make the world look like
Hold
it's grade 9 textbook
Because I will pull that up.
for reasons unknown.
Nobody wants to see penises. What are you talking about?
Disney put it on the Little Mermaid cover.
Yeah, no, I've seen them before. They love it. Of course, I mean, look at what they're doing. Of course, they're going to throw that stuff everywhere. Like, now we know why they were doing it, right? Sexualized children.
We're through the looking glass here, people. Agenticity is the tendency of humans to attribute and explain.
And I don't know if he'll say it, so I'll say it because I know it. The whole thing with the reptilians is they're supposed to feed off our energy, right? That's what they're after. They're after our energy. And what they want to do is create chaos, pain, negative, dark, emotional responses, because that's the goody stuff. That's the sweet nectar for them. So the more upset, the more traumatic, the more in crisis, the more scared, the more fear you have, the more they're just drinking it and going, yum, 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 right? They love that stuff. So that's why they create the chaos and the turmoil in the world and the death and the disappointment and the fear, because that energetic output by human beings is what they are feeding off of transdimensionally. So if you can imagine what some people may think that buy into this. Well, yeah. So yeah, there you go. To put it in modern terms. Yeah. So you can imagine, but they're transdimensional, so you can't see them. So the people that really buy into this believe that there are transdimensional beings around them, potentially ready to feed off the negative energy. And it's how you have to tap into the oneness, the eternal love, in order to rid ourselves of these transdimensional lizards, right? They're an Anunnaki or whatever, that are feeding off of this negative energy. And they're the ones behind everything. That's why they morph into these people, or they take over their bodies, these politicians, these wealthy elitists, right? That's why they crave the blood, they do the rituals. That's why they do all of that, right? Is so that they can implement this system that feeds them the negative energy they crave. So just to kind of put it in perspective, in case nobody else will say it for me tonight, I'll say it. That's what the point of this is. That's what he's talking about, the energetic fields and all the things he builds up to, right? This is how we saw how he walks people into this belief system. Right?
Yes.
Now we know what he's going to get at. At the end of it, he's getting at, well, behind all of it are transdimensional reptilians from outer space. And they originally, and they are also transdimensional, and that the reason they pick on us, right, is because they can get this energy that we don't realize that we're putting out, right? And that's your yumminess. They love it. It's the caviar of intergalactic space food. Hold on, $20 super chat from T-Rex Trucking and more. Wait a second. Being a sentinel T-Rex, does that mean I'm a lizard person? Holy crap, Mystery Solved, guys. I'm a lizard. Yes. We've been trying to tell you this.
Person.
This whole show is more of a intervention and a moment of clarity for you.
We're here to get you some help, T-Rex. Because, driving across the country in an 18-wheeler with little short arms is very dangerous.
What do you do with your tail?
Well, that's what you got the back for. Got some junk.
He's not hauling anything, just his tail.
Right, it's just his tail.
He's got some junk in the trunk. There you go. Conspiracy solved.
I see a great cartoon figure in my mind. Somebody needs to draw it.
Now we know what's back there.
Yep. Now we know he's hauling around.
Things happen for a reason, whether it be God, aliens, Mother Nature, or your next door neighbor. This must be somebody's conscious doing. Shermer argues that our brains are evolutionarily primed toward belief because of these two factors. Patternicity connects the dots, and agenticity sows belief. The brain processes sensory experiences and automatically begins to look for patterns and search for meaning in them. Our brains connect the dots and create explanation for how the world works, which then become beliefs. Once beliefs are formed, the brain begins to search for the same pattern everywhere as
sounds like AI, doesn't it?
confirmatory evidence in support of those beliefs. This creates a positive feedback loop, reinforcing belief, which then reinforces the brain in continuing to look for the pattern. This is how beliefs become deeply ingrained and difficult to change, because the brain becomes wired to look for confirmation. So if you're a complete outsider to conspiracy theories involving shape-shifting aliens, it's easier to see the magical thinking and absurdity that underpins all of it. But if you start to believe in just some of it, a bias for confirmation can take effect. These theories are fluid. People are always adding to them and reshaping their end of them. And there's a huge amount of crossover with different theories, even when they might seem contradictory. That's why there are comparatively few people who believe in conspiracy theories who believe in just one. And we have fairly good statistical data on
What
who
was
they
the
are.
dog food?
That's right. There was only one conspiracy all along: the census. The University of Vienna has a lovely meta-study entitled A Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis of Psychological Research on Conspiracy Beliefs, field characteristics, measurement instruments, and associations with personality traits, a love story, full stop. The analysis, which reviewed 96 studies, showed that stable predictors of believing in conspiracy theories included the feeling of anxiety and perceived threat, the need to control and feel in control of immediate social environment, and I think very importantly, the need to make sense of the world. It seems as though the vast majority of conspiracy theories involve a powerful group manipulating the world at the highest levels, often in a way that explains things as being part of easily understandable cause and effect, and not part of the chaotic nuances of reality. So people with anxiety problems can be more susceptible to baseless beliefs, as can narcissists. Narcissism is associated with paranoid thinking, as narcissists tend to see the actions of others, even just normal happenings, as intentionally targeted against them. Why did a tree fall down in my backyard? The aliens are messing with me. I'm so important. And I think for some people who have deep beliefs in crackpot theories, they can feel special or try to feel special by having special forbidden knowledge, or by being able to see what our tiny minds cannot. I think a good example of this is Bob Lazar, although I'm not sure if Bob Lazar is a conspiracy theorist or just a liar. Feeling alienated or marginalized is a predictor too. Anyone who feels that they are low status or perhaps isolated.
There's
Political
Joe.
cynicism and problems with authority, oh dear sunshine, are associated with believing, as is a tendency toward right-wing authoritarianism. Specifically, the political attitude characterized by obedience to an authoritarian leader, a deeply rooted mentality regarding traditional societal values, and, paradoxically, distrust for government. Those with this tendency are most drawn to conspiracy theories regarding the deviance of high-status individuals in society that are perceived to threaten the status quo. In addition, people who have a tendency toward hierarchical social structures in general, called a social dominance orientation, are more likely to endorse theories involving the deviance of low-status groups, which could be anything from homosexuals to ethnic minorities, that are thought to threaten the status quo. And I would go on, but really the conclusion of the meta-analysis is about as clear as it can be. Conspiracies appear to appeal to those who feel disconnected from society, who are unhappy or dissatisfied with their circumstances, who possess a subjective worldview that includes unusual beliefs, experiences, and thoughts, and do not feel in control of their life. It makes sense, doesn't it? That description can apply to most people at some point in their lives.
Yep.
And just draw the difference out here between conspiracy and conspiracy theories, right?
Yes.
Conspiracy. Yeah, there are conspiracies in this world. I don't think he's denying that.
No, he's not.
Those predictors are really psychological vulnerabilities, and anyone can fall prey to logical fallacies, especially when they are vulnerable and feel psychologically or socially alone. In-depth academic study has only followed conspiracy theories for 20-something years, but in that time the prevalence of belief in conspiracy theories has remained relatively stable. So I think it's fair to say that the communication revolution of this generation, the near omnipresent adoption of the internet, hasn't necessarily created more conspiracy theorists, but it has allowed them to both publicly share their beliefs and garner a lot of attention, and to reinforce their beliefs not only as isolated individuals, but also as groups. I wonder if it's really about community. To me, the lizard people conspiracy theory is an easy way out. Yes, it posits that humanity is controlled and manipulated by evil, but really it offers a far simpler and far more palatable alternative to the truth. There is no world order. There are uncountable things, influences, interests, and happenings that all influence our physical and social environment constantly. There is chaos upon chaos. As our understanding progresses, we may comprehend and observe more of it, but we are far away from controlling it.
Yep.
Life
there you go.
Can suck and is irreversibly unfair. Most people will never exert any influence on their society, which in itself is a comma in world history, itself a grain of sand on an endless beach. Terrible things can happen. Good things too.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't a reason why.
It just is.
Well,
that's always been my point.
Yep. Yeah, but at the same time, I gotta get his point. I don't think there's any denying though that people get together and plan things and that they have agendas. Yeah.
Yes.
So not to discourage anybody from the understanding of, looking deeper into things and understanding the world. The that there is things that, as we point out here, right? That's why we kind of go down these rabbit holes to kind of flush them out and say, why do people stuck in the second veil where you live in fear and you stay on defense? Because there's no solutions there, right? You're spinning out of control, trying to figure things out, living in this fear state. And that's what we're trying to see. We'll see through this to the real planning that's going on in this world. Yes. Are we being manipulated? Yes, we are.
Yes. You're always you're constantly being manipulated. There's a reason why they call it mass advertising. There's a reason why people do the things they do, because it either moves them in. It's about power. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to. If you can control one person's thoughts, feelings, actions, that gives you power over them. And that's not a good way for anybody to be controlled like that. And that's what happens in abusive relationships, is someone will have the power dynamic and they can be very abusive and very controlling. And it can be a group of people that are powerful and controlling. Psychological chess. Exactly, Shelley.
Right. And we were actually talking about this the other night about malignant narcissists and how they seem to mimic elitism, right? And a very elitism kind of point of view, how they work, right? They're very elitist mindset, and that maybe the controlling global ownership class, right? That they are all suffering from this type of thing bred into their society, bred into their breakaway kind of society. Like, the elitists, they hang out by themselves, they do their own things. We don't see a lot of things that they do. No. Right. They're not walking amongst us. And
the same aspect as you and Katelyn don't see the things that I do, and I don't see what Katelyn does, and I don't see what you do. Nobody sees what you do. You're
just
an icon. You're just an idea. Dirty idea. Dirty
a good idea. One that you should subscribe to, and you can become a member of the Winner Stick for just $3 a month.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. Support the channel. And we'll continue making and doing great stories like this and going down rabbit holes. But we have come quite a long ways down the rabbit hole on UFOs together. I think all in all, I think like 8 episodes. 6 with Shizzy and Katelyn. I think I was counting them up today. I don't know exactly the count right now, but the
I lost count a long time ago. I lost count after 2, but I don't know any algebra, so I can't figure out that equation. But I can tell you how the world's going to end. But you just have to tune in later on my channel.
Well, there you go. There you go. And of course, we're going to be pull this guy up real quick. We got transdimensional beings off the board, and we're going to be doing Well, I hope that was a good enough explanation of that. I can go deeper on that.
No, that was pretty damn good.
Cool. When we see David Icke and the influence he has, and I'll tell you what, is when you travel down this rabbit hole here, this is where you end up. Because once you start believing this stuff, right, and then you eventually start believing this stuff, you're going to eventually find this stuff and this stuff down the road, right? And now we're going to go. We've jumped the shark, and now we're going to jump the megalodon, and we're going to talk about the Gaia network. But first, I got to add something to the board. We got to talk about the Indigo Children and the Star Seeds because they connected Gaia. In fact, that might be a dual episode where I put both in together because I think I can cover both in one episode. Yeah, and that'll take us down to the end of the rabbit hole there. Where are you going to end up if you start believing this stuff and just walk down? You go, okay, I buy into all this shit, and you're eventually going to end up on this Gaia network. And I'm going to show you some very interesting internet history with this too, because what happens is all these people who are doing these things from here to here, right, have all seemingly ended up in this one little group here, and except for David, they don't have David in there for some reason. Actually, no, David is in there, not Drake. Drake's not in there. We have to do Drake too. But Drake may be something I just do. That's a really crazy rabbit hole that has a lot of things to do with this. And of course, the bigger thing, like when you had the guy on the other night, I wanted to ask him, what was his name? The guy from the
Reverend
Subgenius.
Stang.
Yes. I wanted to ask him about the UFO rabbit hole, like what he knew about that, what he knew about the Gaia network, if he knew Drake. I always ask him if they know Drake.
None of it, because it's all made up. And he was just like, we made this shit up.
Yeah, I'm talking about the organization. How did this start? Like, I bet you he has some nuggets somewhere. At least has an opinion on it. But like, because
it's all bullshit, and he knows it, and that's what he said. If you guys haven't seen that, you've got to see the Church of the Subgenius. Oh my gosh,
definitely check it out. Yeah,
so I had the founder of the Subgenius on there. Okay.
Yep.
We're talking about the guy that came up with the whole idea of the Church of the Subgenius, and I'm planning on having his buddies on here also at some point in time. That's going to be different episodes. Yeah.
Right. Well, I want to be there next time because I want to ask him about UFOlogy, and I want to ask him, like, how do you get into these groups? I have questions that are like on the very technical level of like, well, how these groups start, how they communicate to each other. Do you guys have any information on that? I'm so curious about how people like Drake and others, they end up coordinating these stories. And like, are they buying is it just one big grift? I want to know. Someone has to have some inside information on this thing. I need to know. I have to know.
That's what I've been telling you. It is all a grift.
Well, I know that. That's why I started this whole show. But I mean, I'm talking about how do they do it? How do they get in there? Like, is it maybe I already know. You're
already in there. You're already in there. Yeah. All you have to do is just agree with them.
That's again. It's like I saw this Shizzy the other night. Maybe we should just make up a channel where we actually all believe in this stuff and see how far we can go into the society.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably bring the society all the way to its knees and find out that it was just a bunch of like small, short people.
Well, it could be a great documentary. That's what I'm thinking. Like, like to sum all this up. In fact, my friend V Radio was on the other night. And he, after the show, we had a long talk about, the channels and doing what we're doing and so on. And he suggested to me that I actually really put all this stuff into a documentary. And he said he would actually help me out with it. He says, I like it. First time he's seen this stuff, it was the other night, and he's like, "I really like what you're doing. I dig it." You know, you could turn that into a documentary, because he's really good at doing documentaries. He's really good at understanding how to direct and put things together. What I'm more like produce and he has, you know, he said he'd even narrate some of it for me. So I'm probably gonna take him up on that offer at some point. I think once I'm ready to actually get there and do it, I think we have to complete the board, and that's why I'm really excited about the Sunday show, because that's going to help cover a lot of these topics too, like especially topics back in this area that we're not really
I just want to make sure that in the credits it reads Toothless Man #2 or something like that.
There you go. Perfect. Perfect. All right, guys, we've had quite a night this evening. We went really long tonight. I appreciate everybody that stuck around for the ride, because it was quite a ride. It was fun watching everything go from 0 to 100 on that David Icke.
Watching shit level of just like what the fuckery was amazing.
Like I want to kneecap the guy. Like I feel like Belushi in Animal House with that guitar. Just yeah. Sounds much better already.
All right, man. Well, you guys know what I'm doing this week. I kind of explained it up front. Max Muir on Saturday night, and tomorrow night with Gary Lamb, and a very, very important episode. I hope you'll come for that one, because it's really we're gonna talk about some serious stuff tomorrow night, and it's gonna be a lot. We've been in agreement about a lot of things. We're gonna challenge each other tomorrow night. It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be cool. And I hope we break a lot of ground that helps heal the division the real division in this society. So we can get back on track. Excuse me. I can get back on track.
Come for the show.
Yeah. So, Katelyn, what do you have coming up?
This Saturday, I have Melissa Jane joining me.
Yay.
At 3:00 Eastern, 4 p.m. Central.
Nice.
I think that's 6 a.m. Australia time.
Yes.
It's gonna be so much fun. We're just gonna chat about stuff and have a good catch up sesh. I think I'm excited.
Awesome.
You should be.
Oh yeah.
How
about you, Shizzy?
Me, man, I'm just going to be bouncing around. I'll probably be doing some trial streams with MG Law. I've got a couple of those. We're going through the Daniel Bradley Yorn. Yeah, that Sov sit dude that, like, I just want to hurt him really bad. Just really want to hurt him really bad. That's all I can say. And more than likely we'll have Valhalla on with that. I do want to do another show with Rabbit and Fast Group and Valhalla, which will be, just more of the prepper kind of stuff. That's just farther on down the road. I've got so much going on this next couple of weeks, just in the 3D world. 2D world will probably take a little bit of a back seat for a bit, but I'll still try to keep my Mondays, and I might end up switching up my Tuesdays to a different day, just because it's, man, the last one I was just so exhausted, I just couldn't focus, and so I might switch that day out. But yeah, and you've got Max coming on, dude. That's just going to be awesome.
Yeah.
So
party time, winning Saturday night.
Like I said, all you have to, if you're sub to me and you see my stuff, just check it out. And if you don't like it, well, just stick around, because it'll probably be different the next time you see it. It's constantly changing. So there you go. That's me in a nutshell.
There you have it, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here. As always, you guys have been great on this ride, and we'll be hitting it again for the grand finale soon. How about that? Wow. Quite a journey. But hey, guys, thank you so much for being here. Remember, if you want to support the channel, we got memberships below. And I always appreciate you guys being here. I got a great crowd, man. And you make the show happen. Love all of you, man. Thank you again. And remember, until next time, keep on winning.
your back.